Hey YouTube, how is it going? I hope all is well. I'm gonna be honest, I'm really not feeling it today. I really don't want to be here at this moment in time, but we have got to get some progress made. I have a little bit of inspiration there from Riley. I've seen those last couple videos you put out. Freaking A+, my man. I was kind of bummed. I was right in the, I think it was down to about the last third of the other one that you made like yesterday or the day before, and all of a sudden it spat out on the thing that this stream like violated policies or something like that. And then I was just like, what the heck? And like a few moments later, it just disappeared. Oh dang. So I've got some friends in here. We've got Riley in the house. We've got Grant Escoliar's Tone, etc., etc. So it's been a busy week. I am not 100% in it tonight, but we got to do this, so we're going to do it. More or less what we're going to do is just kind of go over what it is we're actually putting together. How do I want to explain it? So we're going to go over the schematic. We're going to go over the layout. We're going to go over some of that stuff to kind of get you to an idea as to why we got to this point here. And maybe by the time that Red Bull kicks in and all that stuff, hopefully by the time the Red Bull kicks in, I'll have changed my attitude a little bit, and we will at least drill the pilot holes on this thing. I highly doubt we're going to bust out the drill press tonight, but I just wanted to at least show you what I've been up to and why there's been an absence in my presence here in the last couple weeks, several weeks. So yummy though. Oh my goodness, so yummy. So yummy in my tummy. All right, so obviously you can see not much has changed. You might notice that a couple of holes are a little bit darker. Of course, I did some extra layout work. I've just been doing a lot of research on a bunch of different things to make sure that I wasn't going to shoot myself in the foot. I mentioned in the last episode that I wanted to make sure that at least whatever it was I did, I wasn't going to corral myself down an avenue that I couldn't back out of. So the big thing about this build is, you know, I only get one shot. And in that I only have one shot, I really can't mess this thing up. So I kind of, whatever I do, I'm kind of stuck with it. So I want to make sure that for me, we're kind of trudging new territory here, if you will. To give you an idea, I haven't done quite this many tubes in an amp yet. This is a completely different layout for me. I usually put this guy where it's quietest. I do the headphone trick. We've taught you that in a couple different episodes, but you place the power transformer more or less where you're going to put it, and then you take the output transformer and you move it around while it's connected to the leads. Now you can't see the leads, but you connect the leads to a set of headphones, and then you can actually hear and listen to the spot on the chassis where it is quietest. That is ideally where you should put the output transformer. Now, in this case here, I think some of these designers, they don't really put that much thought process into it. You know, obviously you see a bunch of amps where they just take the power transformer and the output transformer and they put them right next to each other. And in some instances that does work. In my 5-watt design, the SLS as we call it, it was interestingly enough, the power transformer right here, or actually I should say power transformer right here, and the output transformer directly in front of it, at a 90-degree angle to it, or adjacent to it, or whatever you want, perpendicular to it, I should say. And that was the quietest spot. So literally right next to it was the quietest spot. So you just never know. Win big. So Granta's Glorious Tone here is really pushing the high roller as the name for this amp. Now, the only reason I don't really want to call it the high roller is that it's two words, high roller. So I am more akin to names that have like one word, you know, Wrangler, you know, the Troubadour, I don't know, whatever. Pick a name or term or something like that. High roller just kind of, to me, takes a little bit of the class out of it. So we do still need to solidify the name. I know that he's kind of heavy on Grant Us Glorious Tone, you know, with that with that name. But for right now, we're kind of rolling with the dice theme. Black and white kind of seems to be a thing. Obviously, High Watt's famous for black and white. I don't want to do a black and white thing, but I will do whatever, you know, more or less the input from you guys generates. So do put your, maybe what you should do, Grant, Mr. John, is put up maybe I'll put one up too, and we can see what everybody wants to go color-wise for both Tolex and for, we need to figure out what color faceplates we're even going to use. I went above and beyond, and I bought multiple, oh shoot, they're not in there. Who am I trying to kid? So I bought a couple more of these things here. You can't see it, but I moved it anyway, but in here I bought a bunch of different little things, and you can see I've got our cream colored knobs, and I bought some black and white knobs as well. So we've got a couple options for knobs, but you can see I do like the cupcake style knobs. But I've got a bunch of things kind of here ready to go. I bought a few different colors of jewels. I bought a light blue, like an aqua color. I have, of course, amber if we want to go with amber colored. I got clear if we want to go with clear. And then I got, I think it's like a violet. Yeah, it's like a violet kind of color. And I think that's it. I also have a red knob on the amp back there that we can use if we want to go that direction. But I've got a few different knob options. Jewel options, excuse me. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Luckily, that's an exchangeable part, and we can just put that in whenever we want. Other things I have been up to, I kind of did do some work without you guys. I apologize. I had to do some work without you guys. So I had to make a shield, and I think some of you were probably kind of confused as to what I meant by that. But if this is where the power transformer goes, and this is where the power tubes are, and this is the front of the amp, this shield here, this is one I had punched out for me by Send Cut Send, but that guy would go right here, and you can see it fits in that box that we created. So I had them put that together for me, and while they were doing that, I was making this. So I did some work without you guys, but yes, we have more or less a completed shield, painted and everything, holes and all that stuff kind of drilled. And mine actually does look a little bit nicer, to be honest. I'm not going to lie. I kind of like mine. Is like the corners, like they did them really, really sharp on that one. Mine are a little bit more flowy, if you will, just flowy. But in either case, mine also fits in the space correctly. They made that one's a little out of spec, just a little out of spec, but that's okay. It doesn't really matter that much. But this guy will go here, and what its job is to do is to block EMI, so that's electromagnetic interference, from getting onto the power tubes and onto our preamp tubes, because we do have power and preamp tubes sitting basically right next to this guy. Then, of course, the output transformer goes over yonder way. So that is this thing that I have been up to. So that is ready to install. I've also been doing a little bit of reading up on the power transformer to make sure that we can wire it in the nice, clean, and economical way. This thing obviously has a bunch of wires that we will not need or you don't need to use, and you can see I kind of tuck some things away. It's just steel. It's just 16 gauge mild steel. Nothing special about it. You can, I mean, here in the Americas, you can go to Home Depot, or we have, you know, a Tractor Supply hardware store that you can get it from as well. That's actually where I bought my steel from. And then my friend Brian, he's in the chat, he's listening, but he bought me these, I say it all the time like he did it, but he bought it because he wants me to have zero excuses for getting crap done. But let's see if I can get this out. So a vise, you put this in a vise, and it's just a die, and then you can punch the metal, so you can fold the metal. So you put the thing in there and crunch it together, bloop, whoop, and then it bends it. So I have that now. That helps a lot, to be honest, with a bunch of things. And now my hands are all freaking greasy. Yay! But in either case, darn it, my apologies. All right, hold on. I gotta wash my hands now. Got to wash the hands. So that's what I've been up to. What else did I do? I did some more reading on the power supply thing here as well. I point there because it's where it's going in, but let's see. So in either case, just checking to make sure, because this is going to be world's voltage. So we are going to set this thing up with this little guy right here, this little Schurter voltage check thing there. Stainless, no. Out of all the steels, mild steel is supposed to be the best for... Yes. Yes. Very good choice, I think. I hope. It also is important how it grounds as well. There's a bunch that goes to that. We'll talk a little bit more about that here in a bit, but I am gonna not cut... I am not gonna cut the leads. These ones that I don't need. What I'm going to do is I'm going to cut them a little bit shorter. I am going to cap them off with some shrink wrap tubing, and then I'm going to kind of coil them down into the end bells. I was reading up on that to make sure that that won't cause any problems. That won't cause any problems. I don't want to cut them because I hate bringing them into the amp and then, like, you know, trying to end them somewhere, if you will. I found that if you tuck them in there into the bells, you can actually kind of make it look like the transformer was made specifically for that, you know, that project. So in this case here, we'll have all of our secondaries over here, and then our primaries over here, which will have the 4. These will, of course, connect to this world's voltage selector switch, if you will. And I was checking to make sure I knew how that was going to work. So we've got our black and our blue as our hots, and then we got our brown and our whites as our neutrals. Those will go in on the switch here, which will have the primary AC coming in, and this will make the thing run in series or parallel, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as well. And then, of course, we got our HT secondaries, its center tap. We've got our heaters and its center tap, and then our bias supply right here. What's going up there, or going on there? What is going on there? Offset. My apologies. So there is that. I came to a couple decisions on the bias supply. I had to redesign a new bias supply specifically for this amp. So I'm using dual bias pots. So we will have one pot for each tube, and they will land on the back of the amp in such a way that it will make sense. So the left one will work for the left, the right, etc., etc. And then, of course, these little guys here will go inside of the amp in such a way that it'll make sense as to which one is which. Things like that. I am kind of in debates. I've noticed that there are some amps that don't actually use pilot lamps, and I could get a switch that is a push button. I thought about it, a push button. There's a problem that I'm coming against right now, and it's this pilot light is really kind of a long unit. And you can see here that these guys are pretty big, and they're going to go right about there, or thereabouts. Let's see if this thing wants to set a certain... There it is. So these guys are going to be held inside of the amp with this thing, right? And they're both going to end up like... Come on, find your center. There you go. So they're both going to land about there, but then this guy has to go there. And we've got... we're going to talk a little bit more about this as well. We're probably not going to go with this receptacle. I am still going to use a thermistor. Here's the thermistor I'm going to use. But I think what I'm going to do is buy the all-in-one that they have, and I'll show you that in a minute. So it'll basically take the... it has all the safety stuff built into it. It has all the noise suppression built into it. And it's in a module that takes up this space here, but it literally is that long. That means he's got to squeeze over there a bit. And so you can kind of see how it's tight. So the option I had was to swap the spot of the lamp to the other side, which would put it right about there, if I'm not mistaken, and then put the switch. But for me, that's opposite. I usually put the pilot light outside and then the switch. I guess it doesn't matter either way. But so it's pretty tight. You can see those are the little things that I've been working out. That's the point that I was trying to get across, was, you know, working out the little bugs. I had to order some more parts, so I got the bolts that I need to hold down the power supply there. or the power transformer, and just little things like that. Another thing that I've been up to is, we've talked about this before. This is the Granger's version of the Metro effects loop or whatnot. So this guy here, I just know I'm not going to like it. I just know it's not going to sound the same. It has a bypass button or a bypass switch, and I know that when I bypass it, it's going to sound great. And I know as soon as I engage it, even if there's nothing plugged in, it's not going to sound the same. And that's the part that was always kind of bugging me about this. Everything I've read about these say that they sound good, but they do change the tone of the amp. And to me, that kind of defeats the purpose. So maybe I'll go back later and put a link to Mr. Elam's 1894, I believe it, or 1849. Either way, you've probably seen him. He's got tens of thousands of subscribers. His name is Elam's 1849, I believe. And he recently, I think within the last year, put out a video talking kind of about these and the problems he was having with them, and about his design to create a new one. It runs in parallel, so it is a parallel effects loop. And I know that we've talked about that in the past, where it's not an ideal way to do an effects loop for an amplifier, but it is an ideal way to do it for an amplifier. We can talk a little bit more about that, but more or less, I ordered from him his effects loop. And what's nice about his effects loop is it does have the external send and return controls, and it is bypassable, so you can pull the switch out and bypass it. And it has a phase inversion switch, so you can swap the polarity of the incoming signal from the return, or to the return, I should say. So that way you don't have to deal with the phase issues that some pedals will create, or I guess you could say it will still allow you to kind of do, you know, some dry in your signal path. Now, where it does kind of fail is if you are going to be using like an EQ pedal in your effects loop. Obviously, that kind of defeats the purpose of it, because it's no longer series. Now you have your actual wet signal from the amp and the effect signal. So, it is kind of a compromise in that regard, but I think that is the better way to go. And obviously we got to hear his thing on his video, and I liked it a lot more than I liked it. It's quiet. It does what it's supposed to do. All right, so let's start getting into the learning phase of things here. I'm going to keep my little head up over here, and hopefully it doesn't interrupt things a little bit, but I'm going to bring down, there it is. Oh, cool, it does cover me up. Never mind. It's all good. You don't need to see me anyway. So let's just talk a little bit about what this circuit is, so that way you, as a winner, can kind of understand what it is you're actually getting. So more or less, it's been a little while. I believe this one was literally from a year ago. So I hit him up, and he was open to sending me one that he had available. He wanted to offer a discount. I didn't allow for it. I sent him a little bit more than he asked, and he didn't seem to argue. It is already in the post, and it is on its way to me. So hopefully in the next couple weeks I'll have that in hand. We won't be able to drill those holes, of course, until we have that. So what we're looking at here is a high watt power supply. We're going to talk a little bit about it and why I don't like it so much. First and foremost, I don't like stacking capacitors. And I kind of do feel like I want to be seen. So let me do this. I'm going to... There I am. Ha, ha, ha. We can do this. Okay, so I don't really care for stacking capacitors. Now, the reason for that is simple. You can see here, he's got 2200 or 2220 UF, for goodness sakes, stacked atop another 220 UF, which basically cuts that value in half. So if you had 220 UF and then you stack another one in series with it, you have now only an effective UF of 110 UF. Now, 110 UF is still quite a bit, but the reason that they had to do that is because they maybe can only source 350 volt caps. Maybe they didn't have 500 volt caps. Well, if you have a 350 power transformer, you're probably not going to find a cap big enough, because you realistically would need to have 600 UF or more, or 600 volts or more worth of capacitor, if you will, in order to withstand the voltage on your HT rail. Why is that? Just easy math on that is take your 350 and times it by 1.414, because this is solid state rectified. So if we do that math real quick, I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but it's really close to 500. So 350 times 1.414, and it's 494.9 volts. That is close enough to 500 volts that putting a 500 volt cap there is probably not a wise idea. So in order to get around that, they stacked them. Well, now you've got to put 3 extra parts in here at the very least, because you don't have to have this resistor that's there. It is helpful when you do stack capacitors like this or run them in series, but in either case, I don't like that. That's thing number 1. Thing number 2, I don't like standby switches, so we're going to get rid of that. And then this is an interesting kind of, I guess it's not that interesting, but you can kind of see here how he did his HT1, HT2, HT3, et cetera, et cetera. It's a little bit different. You can see here that this one, the HT2 for the screens, he's kind of relying on this guy right here. So it's wired a little bit differently, but he's relying on that guy there to take care of some of his capacitance for that node. So it's just a little interesting looking. And then of course that is also ran in parallel with this other one. So it's it gets you a lot of filtering, but it's just not as simple to look at and read. And it's, again, because you're stacking these things, you're losing a lot of that UF that you paid for. 2 times 50, and then you stack it on top of a 220. It's still less than 50 UF. He runs the one in parallel to make it so it's 100. So he ends up with just under 100 UF on those nodes there, more or less. So it's just not an ideal way. So I did change that up. The bias supply, it's a very simple bias supply. It's not ideal. He's running it off the HT. I talked about it in one of my other videos where you can do full wave or half wave. This is a half wave one, but he went extremely simple. This is about the fewest number of parts you can possibly get away with in a bias supply for something like this. And he's looking for about 36 volts, minus 36. But so mine's a little bit more complicated than that, a lot more adjustable, and should be a lot cleaner as well. So let's look at the preamp section. This is obviously just the preamp section for a 504, a 50 watt version, if you will. We're not using anything up here. So this whole front side over here, we're not using. From the master volume back is what we're kind of concerned with. Now this part here, I didn't touch, not in the slightest. And we'll talk a little bit more about it, but more or less the power section is left alone, and the power tube section, I should say, is left alone, and this section of the amp. There wasn't much of a need to mess with it. This is the one that most people kind of tend to agree is the better version for this fixed bias pi or phase inverter that he is using in this amp. So I'm going to graft more or less a high watt output section with a modified very high, hey Vessel, there you are, a very high level of capacitance or decoupling, if you want to call it that. Let me see here. Done. So we're gonna doing some house work over here. All right. So does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. All right. So let's see here. So that's the power section that we're going to use. We're using from the pi here into the power section of a high watt. It's just something different. Everybody seems to revere, or it's very well revered, or whatever you want to call it. So that's where we're going to go. Now, this is more or less the preamp that we're going to go with, except for it's not anything like this preamp whatsoever. So let's talk a little bit about this. We're not using 6L6s. We are using EL34s. Dare I say you could probably get away with KT88s in this build. Going between the cathode fault, it's pretty crazy. So what's interesting about his, when I say his, I'm talking about oh gosh, his name has slipped my mind, but high watts, is that it actually does add high end to the thing. When you use the presence and you actually dial the presence up, it is actually increasing or boosting the high end. So it does actually have some tonal control, if you will. And it's kind of interesting how it does it too. Let's go back and talk a little bit about that. You'll notice here that it injects the phase in two different spots. And this is right here kind of where that addition and tone control kind of aspect of it comes in. You can kind of see here, it's like a balance pot. So they inject it at the tail, more or less, of the phase inverter, but it also injects here going into the driver for the phase inverter. So the presence control in this thing is kind of unique in that regard. And then this here kind of balances left or right. So it either, I think when it comes into this one, it's actually in phase, and that's how it gets brighter, because this is the driver tube for that, right? So it's kind of in phase, but it's under control enough that you can actually inject some tone, I guess you can say, high frequencies in. So pretty unique. Scrambled eggs I am. Right? So what are we going to be doing different with this one here? This is an ODS style amp, if you will. They say it's based off the 183. I don't know. There's so many different variants that Dumble had put out. The one thing that I noticed that was common to the ones that he was most popular or famous for is what I'm trying to show you here, or going to show you here. But it's more or less that he has a volume control between each stage. And there's realistically only 4 stages. We're not going to count the FET or the FET channel if you want. That is kind of like a little boost if you want to call it that. But we're going to assume that we're going into the normal channel. Nothing crazy there. It goes in, goes to this very elaborate freaking tone stack. And then out of all of that, you got the PA boost, or PAB is whatever they call it, which is essentially dropping most of the stack out, if not all of it. I think it leaves like what, the high frequency or the lows or something like it cuts out most of the stack anyway. Goes through a 1 meg volume control. There's a volume control. This guy here, 220 into the second gain stage, which you can then jump straight into the phase inverter section, or you can continue on and go into this other stage. But you'll notice right there, he's got a 100K trim pot. Now this is inside of the amplifier, and I don't know if he left it available or not, or if he pookied over it, whatever it might be, but that is inside the amp, and it was adjusted, or could be adjusted. Whatever, goes to a stage, goes in through what he's calling the overdrive drive, right? There's another volume control. So you've got a volume control, a volume control, and a volume control. That's 3, count it, 3 volume controls. And then you got your master volume in this case here, or overdrive volume. In my amp, it's going to be the master volume because I'm doing a 1-channel version of this. Now, the way I'm getting around that, we'll show you here in a few, but more or less, that is about the only thing that's super common that I'm going to carry on through my amp. Most of the other stuff is going to be completely different from a fundamental aspect. Of course, then he injects the effects loop or send right here. He goes with an insert style thing where you just send it out and it comes back in. He ended up having to create is it the dumbulator or whatever that, he had to create a whole different box to make it really work the way it was meant to work, but whatever. All right, so I hope this is embedded in your brain, because mine's going to be a little bit simpler than all of this crap right here. So here we are here. So let's talk about what it is I have done. I hope this makes sense. So I like starting with the power section. We talked about that before. You'll notice that I've got a 200 UF, a 200 UF, a 47 UF, a 47 UF, and we'll end with a 22 UF. We don't need that much over here. So as you can see, I am not stacking. I am not running the safety resistors that they use. I don't like those. I think they're bull crap, but whatever. I did decide that I'm just going to use the 1 set of diodes instead of 4. After doing all the math and kind of just checking everything over, I don't need to run 4 diodes, 2 in series and whatnot. So we're just going to do 1 and 1. I get to save a little bit of space, and it helps me out. So we're actually going to run it like this. But I'm going to have an extra 100 UF of decoupling on my A node. I'm going to have easily an extra 100 UF of decoupling on my B node, and then I'll have 47 and 47 and 22. So I'm going to have a total of 5 nodes instead of just the 3. Now, do keep in mind, in his original design, he only had a couple tubes in the preamp, so he really only needed the 3 nodes. Here's the bias supply. Now, the bias supply is a little bit different. Probably different than what most people have seen, but you can see I kind of hacked in my little bias right there. We'll just pretend that's the bias tap. That's the purple wire on the transformer down there. But we go in through, we're going to stick it halfway if there's no reason to go crazy. It's going to be a UF 5408, excuse me. So plenty there. 100 UF here, 47K dropper with another 100 UF on the other side. So we're going to have plenty of decoupling by the time we even get to the bias supply. We'll have some 22Ks here in line. Moscow's. Nice. But so these 22Ks are there to finish the dropping that we need. So at this point right here, I should have about 70 volts or something like that. I think this tap is a 50 volt tap. So 50 volts times 1.414, as you know, is going to add up. I think it's right around 70 volts. So this 47K does a bulk of the dropping, and then these 22Ks do the remainder of the dropping, but also allow some separation between these two stages here. The way that I've set this up is that these 10Ks are obviously the shunt to ground. So if I roll it all the way off to get the most positive voltage, I guess you would say, that I could possibly have, I still can't get too positive. Yet if this lifts off, it won't go, well, it'll go as far negative as it can go, but it won't hurt anything. So basically, if the wiper ever does fail on this thing, all that will happen is the tubes will go as cold as they can go. I'm shooting, I think, for right around minus 45 volts on the cold end, and right around minus 25 on the hot end, or something like that. But in either case, you can kind of just see how that is laid out, right? So pretty cool little circuit, and then those go up in here. I'm using 100Ks. Again, we're not really messing with the power supply section at all. I hope this kind of makes sense here. You can see there, I got the NFB, there's the NFB. So I just kind of separated things a little bit. So let's go back to the beginning and kind of talk about what it is I do different and I'm going to do different. Oh, I'll bet you're screen printing. I would be too. All right, so I like my parallel triodes. So my very first input stage is a parallel triode. What does that do? Why do I like it? What is it about it? It drops the noise floor in half, right? So if you don't like noise and hiss and all that fun stuff, this will get the noise floor down in half just in and of itself. Part 2 of what it does is it does add just a little bit more push, just a little more drive. Now, typically what you would do when you do that is you would have the amount of plate resistance that you have, and you would have the amount of cathode resistor that you would have. So instead of going from 100K, you would go to like a 56K. And for your cathode, if you were normally at 1.5K, you would go up to like 750 ohms or something like that, right? So in this case, I don't usually end up going with those values. I usually end up right around 100K to, I've gone as high as I have one amp that has a 330K up here. Matchless typically runs them pretty hot, but as you can imagine, when you're supposed to be at 56K and you're putting 220K, this tube is doing some freaking work. It is putting some snot out. I'm not going to fully bypass this one. When you have a lot of gain stages like this, obviously you need to keep things reeled in and under control. I am biasing it a little bit on the conservative side. Again, we don't really need to go crazy making the stage as hot as we need to. So I am going to probably end up with something like 2.2 to 1.5K. That's what I usually land around 1.5 in my lower tube count amps. 2.2 gets kind of the feel back. So if you really want to, this is like a pro tip here. If you really want to play with the feel of your amp, the bias resistor or the cathode resistor is like one of those spots that you can really do that. Going lower in value tends to make it seem more, what's the word? it's kind of like glue almost. So instead of being like super punchy and abrupt and like just ready to jump off the, off the fretboard, I guess you could say, or compressed, it kind of has more like a distant feeling. So when you pluck the string and it feels like you kind of have to grab for it. It gives it a unique kind of feel. And depending on where you implement it at will have a difference as well. On the very first stage, I mean, you can make it so it has a unique feel. Play with that a bit, and if you go from one extreme to the other, you can kind of get what I mean by that feel. Thinking what cathode follower meant, now I know. Yeah, no, cathode follower is not the two tubes. It's only the one after. It's not the two triodes. It's only the one after that is actually the cathode follower. The tube that's in front of the cathode follower is just a standard triode. You treat it just like any other triode in the amp. All right, so this is kind of how I do my bass control right here. And you can see I went pretty small. So we're gonna go with a 500 PF. That's the standard value I usually end up with. And then I'm going to bypass that with a 0.002 probably. We don't need a lot of bass in this amp. Now, what I can tell you is this is not how I'm going to implement this. I needed to draw something in there, and I wasn't sure how I was going to do it. So I'm going to caveat you right now. Caveat emptor? Yeah, that's the word. Halves and value. It's supposed to, yes, Riley. But you don't have to. I was talking a bit about that a minute ago. Typically, you would go with a 56K there. I'm shooting for probably 220, at the very least a 100K. But this is more or less how I do my bass control, but we're not doing it this way in this amp. So caveat emptor, do not take this as verbatim. This is probably not exactly how I'm going to build it. I had to put values in there to kind of give me a starting point. I know what I'm going to do, but this is just kind of showing you how the layout is kind of going, if you will. I can do this. I'm not going to. I'm probably going to do another style of bass control where you put, your standard value cap in there, so 0.002 or something like that, and then you run it in such a way where you can vary the 500 PF cap in series with that. So you put another pot, and the way you do it allows you to run these two in series with each other, which means that you actually end up with a little bit less than 500 PF. It changes the way that the what do you want to call it? It changes the sweep of the pot a little bit because you treat it more like a rheostat that way, but it's just more effective, I guess, if you will. And since we need to keep the bass under wraps in this design, that's why I'm going to do it that way. Yeah, I know. I'm a dirty freaking bastard. There's some people that you can't make everybody happy. So can't help it. So we're going to go with a standard 1 meg here. I may or may not use droppers. I do not know. So you'll notice I did not put any values for those because we may not need them. Probably don't. Based on this schematic here, I'm not going to need them. So I put them there. So that's why I say don't take this schematic as gospel at the moment. All of these values right here are TBD, to be determined. I am probably going to land right around 4.7 UF. Now that is quite a bit. That is still full range there at that value. So there may be a few of these where I'll end up doing 2.2 UF or 1 UF or something like that. So just know again that these values are subject to change. Again, this 220K, don't know that we're going to need it. May not. Probably will. We'll have to have something there. I'm almost positive. Generally speaking, if I go with this 1 meg pot here and this kind of arrangement, this tube here will go into blocking distortion. So 220 usually keeps it out of blocking distortion. But we'll see. Don't know yet. And then we're going to go into the next stage. Now, the next stage, I'm going to bias pretty normally, cool, if you will. And I'm going to treat it like a normal gain stage. For the most part, I'm going to try and treat it like a normal gain stage, if you will. But you'll see here that I've got a 250K pot here and a 250K pot there. How am I doing that? I am going to use a dual gain volume pot there, okay? So I'm going to have one pot that does 2 jobs. Count it, 1, 2 jobs. So this volume pot will churn in conjunction with this one here. Now that is kind of a similar thing to what Orange does in some of their designs. No, it was not Maria. I got called out. I wasn't even called out. I was just what's the word? I don't even know what the word is. Like, she just, it was a she, obviously, but I don't need to call it out. It doesn't matter. She can think all she wants. It's okay to hate me. I'm comfortable in my skin. So, but in either case, you can see here, they did play a little bit with that cathode resistor value here. I just regurgitated, I think, this value because why not, right? I just regurgitated it. So again, I do not know if that's what the value will actually be, but there it is. And then this is the last stage here. Now, something to think about. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we got, this is the pi section here. So this tube right here, I don't know how this is actually going to work. I think I know what I did. Okay, here's what I did. Now I'm realizing. Okay, so I've got 5 tubes in total, right? So this is 1. This is 2 tubes. This is 3 tubes. And this makes 4 and 5, right? Because this is 2 triodes. And I say tubes, but so you'll notice here that I've got an odd number of triodes, right? I think the way that I work this thing out is this is 1 tube here. And this is a whole tube, not meant to be. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe I need to put another tube in here. I don't know. I'll have to do my math and check things out. Yeah, no, I got it right. Things are right. But in either case, this guy right here is going to end up being a parallel triode, okay? So parallel triode. So that's 1 tube. This is 2 tubes. This is 3 tubes. This is 4 tubes. There's the 5th one. Okay, I did it right. I got confused for a second. I forgot. I said tubes and got stuck on tubes instead of triodes. 2 triodes in 1 tube. By the way, remember that, everybody. So 1 tube, 1 triode, 1 triode. This makes a whole tube. And then these 2 here make up a whole tube. But you'll notice I have a volume control going in, and this is the thing there. So this one here, this oddball triode that's hanging out over here, is actually going to be a parallel triode. So it's going to be just like this guy right here, except for I didn't show it like that here, which is what made it so confusing for me. So this is the master volume right here. Okay, so looking at that, that's the master volume. This is a parallel triode. So again, these values might not be what they are. So this last triode stage coming out of the 2nd tube is going to drive into another parallel triode, which will then drive into our phase inverter section here. Now I'm including this triode here as part of the phase inverter section because that is where the negative feedback is inserted at. It is after the master volume. It is at this point right here that the effects loop will get inserted. Now, what's really cool about this parallax, the ELAMS effects loop that we're getting is it's basically just jumping in right here. It goes right over the top of the master volume control. You send it out from the wiper and you return it on the other side of lug 3, I guess you could say, or 2, excuse me. It comes in from lug 1 and goes back in on lug 2. So it sends from lug 1 and returns on lug 2. Golly, I needed to pull my shit together before I did this today, apparently. I'm tired. Did I mention that yet? I keep forgetting too that we're live today. So yay. In any case, you get to watch me fumble in real time. So I hope that all kind of makes sense there as to what's going on. So 1 tube, 1 triode, 2 triode makes 2 tubes. This is a parallel triode, which makes a whole nother tube. That's 3 tubes now. This guy here is part of the phase inverter segment, or included in the phase inverter segment. That is a whole tube in and of itself. And then, of course, the pi itself makes up tube number 5, which then drives our power tubes. Yay, I freaking got it all out. Does that make sense? That is the tentative circuit that we're going to kind of run with right here. All right. Any questions while we're at it? I don't know how many of you are in here right now. Let me do some other more back-end work. Refresh. Lies. There you are. Oh, wow. There's actually 11 of you in here. And I've managed to bore 74 people out of here already. All right. Anyway, you really have to want to know if you're going to stick around with me today. We'll probably drill some holes. At least we'll smack some things into the aluminum. All right. So that's kind of just what's going on in that regard there with the circuit. So this is what we're going to do. This is what's going inside of this metal box that I got. Let's look at a little bit of those other things that I was talking about that I picked up. Riley, you'll probably want to get a hold of this right here. I went on this like deep dive, right? Okay. Hell yeah. So I wanted to add the safety aspect into the amp. So when I say safety aspect, what I'm talking about is, let's get this out of here. You have the thermistor, you've got the power receptacle, and then they have this cap that you can put in that goes from line to line. So if this is your hot and this is your neutral, it goes straight across that. And that's what those look like, is these guys right here. So these are some Vichys actually. God darn it. All right. So a very simple circuit. Now, all this is for is to slow the startup of the amp. Hey, Spent Electrons in the house. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Right, so you turn on the amp. This guy is in series with the hot, right? So when you turn on the amp, the caps need to charge up. Everything's trying to do their thing. Well, it's really, really hard on stuff in the amp. Well, this guy here kind of acts like an open circuit. But as current starts to flow through it, it gets hotter and hotter and hotter. And as it gets hotter and hotter and hotter, it allows more electrons to flow until it finally gets to the temperature, at which point it opens completely or closes completely, I guess you can say. The hotter this gets, the more electrons it flows. That's why they call it an NTC, or negative temperature coefficient thermistor. That's what this is. And this is a CL80, if I'm not mistaken. It looks like it is. Now this guy, I can't even read what value it is, but I know that it's a 0.01 or 0.001. It's just a safety cap. Now, what this is designed to do is get noise that exists on the line already. So you got we're talking about the line from your power receptacle in your house. Let's say you got Radio Disney riding on it for some reason. Well, what this guy here will do is shunt that out. It'll CMR, basically, right? That's what this guy here does, is get noise that's on your AC line, and it shunts it out before it gets worked through the rest of your amp. Very simple safety circuit, but it doesn't get rid of all the noise. It gets rid of the EMI and some self-injected noise, but it doesn't get rid of RFI. Well, that's where this guy comes in. So this guy has both of those features or functions built in to one. All right. I did not get the one with the fuse built in. I just didn't have enough time to think about all that fun stuff. So I ordered these. I'm still going to have to put in my own fuse, and I'm still going to have to put in my own thermistor. They don't make a slow start version of these, but it is what it is. So this guy here takes care of RFI and EMI on the AC rail. So EMI and RFI from the power supply, which is ideal. So the goal is to get rid of noise before it even gets into any part of the amp. Does that make sense? Or at least that's the hope anyway. Okay, so we got that. RF, radio friendly, right? So that is one of the things I did. I'm really trying to make this like a very, very quiet and very, very stable amp, if you will. We started talking a little bit about our power transformer. This is the power transformer we're going to use here. And you can see that we've got two primaries on this guy right here. So we got primary 1, looks like very Americana, and then we've got primary 2, which is very, Euro style, if you will. What we're going to do is wire them with parallel and series winding connections. That will be done with this guy right here. We talked about that a little bit ago. If you would focus, you fack. It's not going to do it. In any case, this guy right there. So we'll be able to switch between 120 and 240. Now what's kind of cool, and it probably won't matter very much for this particular amp, is that when running things in parallel, it is actually a little bit easier on the power transformer. It doesn't have to work as much. I know this doesn't do much good for Riley and all of those in other countries where you have 240, but if you're in the Americas, like this guy, wiring your transformer in parallel is a way to kind of take some of the load off of it. It still has the same specs. Don't get me wrong. It's not like you suddenly double the load, but the internal windings themselves, because they're running in parallel, even though the secondary side of the thing is still the same, on the primary side, it does help ease a little bit of effort on it, if you will. But then it still allows you to run it into a series connection like this here, where you more or less get all the Angry Pixies, 240 volts worth going in, and of course, you get your same specs on the out. And then we don't want that. What we want is this one. I put it on a different page. So this is that shirter here that I was talking about, and this just kind of shows those connections, right? So those are all the little things I've been reading up on over the past couple of weeks to make sure that I got all my duckies in a row so I can just pew, 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 like our ducks in a row for that. All right, so let's talk a little bit about kind of the evolution of the layout. Unfortunately, I did not save the original layout. The original one I had 4 of these guys in here, and things were kind of moved around quite a bit. So this is kind of the latest evolution I had. And you can just kind of get an idea of what I was trying to do. I'm trying to make these things run kind of parallel, if you will. Trying to see where things are going to fit, etc., etc. And it just kind of, I'll just kind of toggle through them here. But, here's evolution number 2. You can kind of see some things over here have moved around a little bit. I don't think anything down here changed before I realized what was going on, but some things did change, obviously. And I think this is more or less my final evolution, if you will, right here. Let me see here, because I know this one is. This one's the one. All right. So this is more or less what I'm anticipating my layout's going to be right here. I know it's a little bit small at the moment. I'll try to squeeze in here in a moment, but you can kind of see how everything's laying out pretty straight. Like everything is going to land almost where it needs to for everything. These guys here are going to be the high and the mid control. Oh, I can hear the wife. Hold on. It's beer 30. Hey, baby.
Hi.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, special delivery. All right. So I've got, hold on. You guys got to have the shot. You got to have the shot. All right. Boom. It's beer 30. The wife brought me the beer. Got to have the drink. Anyway, so let's focus on what we got going on here. So what's nice, if you already don't have a DIY layout creator, let me give you a warning on this. I did find a version of this that was, it included a nice little virus with it. It wasn't a nasty one, but do be mindful that you really want to try to make sure that if you look for DIY layout creator, find the original guy and try to get it straight from the GitHub that he's got for it. Don't get too crazy trying to find it on some oddball sites, because there are versions of this floating around that do have nasty viruses on them. But I was able to catch that. This is a version that doesn't have that, but do be mindful. As much as I like this software, it is kind of temperamental, and obviously it is subject to any other kind of free software out there. You can get things you don't like, viruses. So what's going on here? What's the mindset? Why are we doing things the way we're doing? All right, so obviously this section here, we got to imagine how we're looking at this amp. So let's kind of get that idea in our head here. Power, tube, right? I work on my amps upside down with the power facing me. So I like working with the back of the amp facing me. Now, other people work in other ways. Andy likes to do it that way, where the power supply is over here, right? And the front of the amp is facing him. I don't do that. I work at it this way. That's just how I'm used to it. I don't know why. Everybody's got their thing, right? So that's how we're looking at the layout over here, just as an FYI. So it's different for you perhaps, but this is how I work. So I use this software to lay it out exactly how I would see it in front of me. Luckily, you can set this thing up in such a way where it literally does represent the real world. So you can make a box that is the size of your power transformer. You can make an IEC receptacle that is the size of the IEC, etc., etc. You can also size all these guys here. I didn't really do it on most of the things. You can see here that these are all just the same. But you can click in on these, and I might have locked it, maybe not. No, I just had to actually select it. Temperamental bug. So you go edit selection, and then down in here you can set those things up. If you click this button over here, for those of you who don't know or have worked with this before, and you want to create some default values, if you click that, the next time you call that part up and drag it out onto your workspace, it will be that size. Same with the, the value and the voltage and stuff like that. If you put that value in there and click that button, the next time you bring it out, it will be that value. So you can create your defaults here if you want by clicking those buttons. I don't really mess with it too much because I'm not really worried about the sizing all that much. The only ones where it really is kind of important are like these bigger parts, obviously. You want to make sure that all your other parts are for reals. Does that make sense? I hope it does. Let's see here. What is it? Very nice. I need to get one of those. Brian's texting me in the background. So I've said it in other videos before. You need to kind of have all the little parts, all your little parts and stuff like that first before you start doing this layout stuff here, in order to know for a fact it's going to fit in the space that you ask it to fit, right? It's kind of pointless to not have this guy in place here, and then you end up with this guy. You get this thing there and then find out this is a completely different size. You'll notice this one has flanges on it and stuff like that. If the flanges are going to interfere with something, you won't know unless you account for it, right? Little things like that. So I would say it is smart to make sure that you do size these up at least close to where they're going to be, so you can have an idea for a fact that it will line up. Now, I know this looks absolutely disgusting when you see all these wires and stuff. Do be mindful. All these little wires that are going back and forth and which way and that are underneath the board. You do not see those. So all you're going to see on the top of the board is all of these resistors and the turrets and stuff like that. But little things like that, you do got to be mindful of. This one here, I didn't lay it down. I don't know if they make a version for it. So again, I just had to account for the space as best I can. So just to kind of reiterate what I'm talking about here, this is the amp, how we would see it. This guy will get mounted here inside of the amp, and then this will go inside there and land it right in there. So when you get your power receptacle like I was talking about and you stick it in there, the one I'm getting is going to be about 2.5 inches. So you got to know that at 2.5 inches, which is right about there, see right there, it would hit, right? So that's 2.5 inches or so right there, which means this also needs to be better than 2.5 inches in. Well, you can see we're almost halfway into the amp already. So little things like that make or break your build, because you need to plan ahead. So that's another thing I've been up to these last couple weeks, is making sure little things like that. So as you can tell, these guys here where they're placed, it's not going to work. They need to go deeper into the amp, which is kind of unfortunate because that means I need to run the wires a little bit further than I'd like. But all the noisy stuff is all on this side of the amp. Another big thing I do, and I've talked about it before, is I try to keep all the HT stuff on its side of the board. Okay. So what I mean by that is I don't like jumping, you know, from here over to there and then from there back down over to here somewhere, right? I try to make it so this guy here stays on its side of the board. Now, I do not have to run it the way that I did. I just made it because it was a nice loop. But in theory, it's still going to cross these two wires here, whether I want them to or not. So I just went that way. But I could, in theory, run it up this way as well. And it would still stay on its side of the board. Now, these are the NFB, negative feedback wires there on both of those wires that it crissy-crosses. I am not that worried about noise injection at that point. I think it's a high enough, it's a node that I think is going to be okay. So the effects are going to probably end up on the back of the board. So you can see here, I tried to leave a lot of space right in here. So they'll fit here, but this is the part that's a little bit of a brat with it. As much as I hate effects, sends, and returns on the front of the board, but if it were on the front of the chassis and I did fit it right here, it would be really cool because it literally jumps out of here. So it sends from this, would go into the effects right there, and then it returns right there, and then it would just return from there. But I don't know that I'm going to have enough space on the front of this amp to fit that. And again, it's just, to me, it's a little weird having the effects loop on the front of the amp, although it probably does make more sense. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. To the best of my knowledge, it's about a 3-inch by 2.5-inch thing, which means it won't fit in this space there. It pretty much has to fit in this space there. So we'll see. Unfortunately, I don't like using huge, drawn out chassis. I don't mind getting kind of tight like this, but you can kind of see how I like to do the wires. So they all flow into their respective spots. That is that parallel triode that I was talking about. That was confusing because how do you get, five tubes when you're running like a bunch of different triodes and stuff like that. But this is kind of showing you how I'm going to do it. So you can see here, I didn't put the two caps in parallel. This is not how this is actually going to get wired up. There will be another cap here that gets wired in that goes in parallel with this guy somehow, some way. And that's my base control for this circuit. This is the cathode here. I am going to ground it here. So this will be grounded here and will take care of everything up to this point, to this tube right here. Is that correct? Yes. All the way up to here. Once we get into the phase inverter section of things, everything gets on their own little circuit. So that one will probably get grounded over here on its own circuit. And then we're going to have another thing. I don't know where I'm going to put it. Probably in here somewhere is what I'm guessing. And that will be the power section, the ground point. So we'll have the ground for the output tubes, the cathodes, and the power supply. This is the ground return for that segment there. You can kind of see it comes here, goes there, and it'll land here. If I don't use this one, we'll put it out over here, and then whatever. We'll figure that out. I knew Marshall. No, send and return. I'm not a huge fan of effects loops. So like the PV Triple X. It's a great example. It's a good amp. As far as effects sends go, it works, but you can tell it does something. You can absolutely tell that it does something. The JCA 50H that I had, you could tell it did something. Like it just they're not very good. Effects loops just suck, especially when they're in series because it is in the signal path. Very difficult to make them sound good. So there's the bias supply there. This is, again, probably not exactly how it'll get wired out. Here I ran them straight over to the turret board. I think what I'm going to do is run a wire, and then I'll join the 222Ks to it, and then they'll just break off at their respective points. So I only have one wire that comes back over to the supply for the bias circuit. There's a bunch of little things here. I don't know for sure that the screen wire is going to come off at this point here. It's probably going to come out to the edge of the chassis and then in. Maybe I'll do it twice. I don't know. I might just come into it from here and then jump over there. Do keep in mind I did not show the heaters here. So the heater wires are going to come in. I'm going to have to debate how that goes, but like right in here is probably whereabouts the wires will come into the amp. I don't know if I want to just come straight out and then beeline over. And that'll feed off here. From here, it will split over, come back and around, and then work its way out that way. So my plan is to get in over to here, feed those two off. We'll split at this point here, go up, and then feed all the way down. So the heaters will come through here, and you can see I wired or orientated these so that they, you know, the heaters and all that are in line in this direction here. And I will punch it right down the middle all the way. And then it'll come up to the edge of the chassis and boop in. Series effects loop on that thing is not dope. It works. We'll give it that. Just a return. Yeah, right? In theory, you technically still can do that with this amp here. Do keep in mind, it is a parallel effects loop. So anything that you plug into the return is going right into the amp. And if you don't want to hear anything come into the amp, you just turn the master volume down. Well, the master volume doesn't affect the return side of things. So it should work. In theory, you could use this amp as just a power amp. And it does have volume control either way. So you can do that. In theory, you could also just use the effect send of this amp to feed another amp or something else, right? You could use it as a line out, and it would be just a line out of your preamp, but it would be the whole preamp, which is kind of cool in that regard too. So, wrong button. So another thing that I think is going to be kind of cool about this particular build is where this guy is here. We're basically getting the first preamp tube so close to the input jack that I won't even need to run a wire. I could almost literally run this guy, or well, let me show you what I mean. We'll take this one. Gotta get the, hold on. There we go. We're gonna hit delete, right? I could literally just take one of these guys here, and I gotta put it into a different mode. There, and go like that. And there it is, right? So I could literally just do something like that. I don't know if that's what I'm going to do, but we'll see. We'll see. There it is. Put it back. But does the layout kind of make sense? I hope it kind of does. I don't really like doing this whole jumper thing that I'm doing here like this. It's something I did on the last giveaway that I did, and it was more of a pain in the butt than it was worth. Now, it is nice because, you know, from the top of the board, it just looks like this part sitting there and doing whatever it does. But then you got this random turret out in the middle of no man's land that you can't see what's actually connected to it. And it makes the top end look really clean, but the bottom, as you can see, kind of gets a little messy. It's just, it would have been weird to have the wires have to run all the way from there down and in, right? I think objectively, it probably would have been better had it been done that way. Could I have brought this up and made space up here and all that jazz for this stuff? Sure, probably could have. You know, this little thing right here where I have to jump over, then go to my grid stopper, and then all the way down to here. Again, not ideal. My thought process behind that was that if I needed to, from here to here, I could run a shielded wire or shielded cable, and I have a ground point right there to shield the jacket. I could do that, and then I come over to here with an unshielded wire, because it's under the board, go across my grid stopper there, and then I can use another shielded wire, and I got another ground point right there that I can then run that down, if I have to. I don't think I will. Historically speaking, my amps are freaking quiet. So to give you an idea, I have never showed you guys, but one of my other amps is basically what you see here. Just take away one of these triodes. So it's 3 gain stages in total as opposed to 4. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you so very much. So does that make sense? Like, with that amp, I have 3 gain stages, and they're pretty hot. Like, it's a pretty mean amp. And when you turn the volume off the guitar, it's absolutely clean. Obviously, when you turn it up, you get all the buzz and stuff like that, like you normally would, but especially with single coils. But with even with humbuckers, it's pretty damn quiet, especially considering how much gain is going on in this amp. So I don't expect I'm going to have a noise problem, to be honest. Let's get this guy out of there. We don't need that guy. We're going to hit delete. And then I just try to lay everything out so it makes, it just flows into there. This is that parallel triode, so that one's not too tricky. Now this one here is where it kind of got a little weird. This side of the board is obviously pretty busy, as you can see. There's a lot going on here. And I was trying to make the negative feedback return on it kind of play nice with everything. Negative feedback is one of those things where you really need to treat it with care, because it can cause all kinds of problems if you get it too close to things. So I thought about like running it at a similar angle here, so it would kind of follow the same line as this guy. Thought about doing that, but this just made it kind of more in line with all these other ones, made it cleaner, if you will. It has to touch here, so that made sense. And why not just run it up the rest of the way and get into this other side of the thing here? Then all those little things. It returns here. This is that one that goes into that spot. Oh my gosh, I got a bunch of these up. That's the one that goes into this spot right here. All right. So little things like that I had to kind of look into on how I could get it back. But you want to try to keep the negative feedback side of things kind of away from everything. And if it is going to go near something, you want it to kind of cross at, 90 degrees. Now, in theory, when you think about it, like right here, this is on top of the board, right? So you got to imagine I've got about, I think it's about a quarter of an inch solid of turret, excuse me. And this wire is on the bottom of another 1/8 inch thick piece of, G10 or Garolite or whatever the heck they call it. So it's separated by a fair amount of distance. Now, distance is your friend. And I think what it is like it's every 1/8 of an inch or every 3/8 of an inch. It's like decades worth of dB loss in terms of noise injection and stuff like that. So distance is your friend. Obviously, you want to try to keep phases from running next to each other. So, for example, these 2 wires right here are technically out of phase with each other. They're handling different things. So objectively, you would want them to be a little bit further apart. But as you can see, I've got the 3/8 of an inch separation. It's the same separation as I would normally have. This one will shoot down into it. That's the other downside too, is you can't get the side view. So, you got your wire that comes down over the top of the thing. Well, the other wire might come down underneath it. So they'll have separation pretty much the whole way. Little things like that. There are some math there is math that you can do for that. For deciding the loop gain, as they call it. A safe way to do it, 16 ohms is usually the most effective, right? So if you go to the 16 ohm tap, that is the most amount of negative feedback that you can get, right? And in a lot of cases, that's where you'll see 150K stopper or inline resistor that they use. It's like the Marshall thing. And then, of course, you got the 10K tail that they usually inject that into, right? It's mostly going to come down to, which one is it? Well, this one's where it works different, right? So we don't have that going on here to kind of really show, but let's just say that this is that resistor I was talking about here. This is that inline that comes from the 16 ohm tap. In this case, it comes from the 16 ohm tap. Well, in most amps, it is a 47 to 100K. If it's on the 16 ohm tap, it's usually going to be 100K or more. That is the one that does the bulk of the work. That is the one that kind of sets the loop gain, if you will. Not so much the presence control pot, because the presence control pot, all it's doing is directing highs out of the loop. Keep in mind, negative feedback works the opposite direction than what you think it does. So you're not actually adding things to it, you're taking stuff out of the loop, and when it's out of the loop, that means it doesn't have any effect on the remainder of the amp, right? So if you shunt highs out of the circuit, there are no highs for it to work against in this loop, which means it can't shut them out, which makes it appear to be brighter. It adds presence because it doesn't get rid of it. Keep in mind that the negative feedback loop is more or less trying to linearize the amp, right? So if you got this one little spot there that's poking out, it's going to fight to keep that spot tamped. So you get pretty much a flat frequency response. And it does that by, negative feedback. That's how it does it. It takes a 1 and subtracts a 1 from it, so you get 0. But too much negative feedback, too much of a good thing is still too much. So you can't go too low, otherwise you run into problems. Now, you'll probably notice here there's a 470 ohm right here to ground with a cap. So this is where they're doing some of that shunting. And that's probably the only reason they're getting away with that 10K there, because this is quite a bit of negative feedback getting into here, is that they're shunting a lot of that signal out to ground right off the get-go. So that's probably a big portion of what makes this thing stable. And it says located with power amp, whatever. So does that make sense? Foster's time. Let's go. And sorry, yeah, you can see the green screen action going on here. Foster's time. Somebody needs to sponsor me, damn it. All right. So I hope that kind of made sense. So again, to kind of cap that up, obviously the larger the value you use, the lower the amount of gain that you'll have in the loop. Or if you want, let's just say that you don't want to change the value of the resistor that you have, you could just go to a lower value tap. So I kind of like using the 8 ohm tap myself. Now, the reason I like using the 8 ohm tap is it's not too much and it's not too little. 4 ohms provides the least amount of negative feedback, whereas 16 gives you the most. Has to do with the current that it has available to push, right? So 16 ohm has a little more current push. So it'll push more feedback into the feedback loop. But 8 ohm is right up the middle, right? And with an 8 ohm, you might use a 47K. And at the 4 ohm, you might use, a 22K or something like that, right? It's a logical step just like that. So you don't really have to go crazy on the math. Where you'll run into trouble is if you started with an amp that had the NFB on the 8 ohm tap, and let's say they used a 47K, and it's already pretty sensitive, right? So then you put it on the 16K, or the 16 ohm tap, excuse me. Now you're driving twice the amount of oomph with a smaller resistor, which means you can get to a point of instability. And the instability comes because there's so much negative feedback that it starts to destabilize and it goes into oscillation. Now, another thing that can happen, and this is where it turns into like a hair switch for some people. Cheap old Marshall, I just got 4 ohm speaker in it. Ooh, interesting. Okay. 4 ohm speaker, that's different. That's not common at all, but hey, they do it. I mean, Fender did it earlier on with the Bassman. They had a 4 ohm load, I believe it was, or was it 2 ohm actually? So, I was saying something about NFB, but in any case, it'll oscillate and stuff like that. Oh, I was talking about the leads is what I was going to say. So the primary leads. Now, in most cases, if you don't have negative feedback, you don't have to worry about them. Doesn't matter which primary lead goes to which tube, right? It just amplifies and it's in polarity this way or polarity the other way. Well, with the, interesting. Okay. That's cool. Hell yeah. With the negative feedback installed, it does matter, right? Because if you reverse the polarity of the primary leads from your output transformer to the wrong tubes, it'll actually be pushing positive feedback into your loop. Now, you'll get away with it for a little while because if you have a pretty modest effects loop or negative feedback loop, let's say you put 150K and you're running it off the 8 ohm tap. So you got a very small amount of loop gain. Well, it'll stay stable until you start to crank the volume up. And then once you crank the volume up to a certain point, then it just goes all hell breaks loose, right? So you got to be careful because you can end up in a situation where it sounds fine at normal volume levels, at lower, bedroom levels, let's say, but as soon as you go to crank it up just a little bit, it just goes berserk. Yeah, I know. I was gonna say that's not very common. 70 watt G12M with a 4 ohm. Like, I'm shocked. Oh, maybe it was like a OEM type version that they made or something for some amp out there. Ipswich. Okay, so it's a real UK one. Those are hard to come by even these days. I've been a little bit of a speaker whore lately, but I've gotten 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 new speakers in the last few months. I did get they need to change their name. The Schultz. I got that Schultz sugar cone. I've yet to really kind of break it in and expose it to anybody, but we'll get into that a little bit more later. So let's just talk a little bit about just how things are kind of flowing in this thing here, because the power supply, I think, is a part that a lot of people need help with. Not need help with, but like don't understand so much, and why I put so much effort into making it so my HT stays on that side of the board, on its side of the board. So if we look at, let's go ahead and open up a new page here, and let's get let's just go high watt. Yeah, gut shots. Right. So if we look at high watt gut shots, and let's see what a good one might be. Is this a good one? 800? No, that's not a good one. Are you a good one? It's not bad. Let's open this one up. I was trying to look for a bigger one, but this one's clean and clear enough anyway. We can kind of get an idea. All right, so this looks very beautiful, right? There's nothing wrong with this. It looks beautiful. It's got all the things going on, yada, yada, yada. Underneath this board here, you can see all these parts are just parallel to each other. But underneath that board, that means that there is some sort of wire that goes all the way across. It spans across that board. Let's see if we can find another one that makes a little more sense. This one is a good one. I should have saw that one sooner, right? So does that make sense? Like underneath this board, all of these things have to touch something else somewhere else, which means that there is a wire that comes from here and maybe goes over to there. And maybe that wire goes all the way over to there, something like that, right? All those things jump around and back and forth in this way, that way, and the other. Well, that then therefore means that there is the possibility for things to be talking to other stuff, which it shan't. And what I mean by shan't means that it just injects noise, right? It's not the most cleanest, stable way to possibly do it, which is why I try to do things this way, where all the HT is essentially down here. And if I need to cross it over, it gets crossed over with a resistor, and that resistor feeds the thing that it's supposed to feed. So these are our plate resistors here that go for the output section down here, right? They're fed there, goes into our dropping thing for this node right here. Objectively, it would probably be best for this to be over here, but I couldn't make use of the space without adding any more distance. You can kind of see I'm already kind of peeling off at an angle here. I wanted to keep it pretty clean. I had the space I needed here, so that's the way I did it. If I really, really wanted to, it wouldn't have done me any good because I would have had to put it right there anyway. So you can kind of see what I'm talking about. This wire right here is the only one I'm not happy with. The way that it runs across these two here. Like, I guess if I wanted to try to get tricky, I could suck these up a little bit so it can run down along the bottom. I could. In theory, I could run it along the bottom. It's going to cross the same wires anyway, right? The only one that would be different is this one here, and that is a grid wire. That is the reason why I opted to go up and over. So this is a grid wire right there. So that's what I'm talking about the underside of the actual board. If they ran a grid wire across like that, and you got another HT wire that crosses it, then you can inject noise. So doing it this way, I think, is the cleanest way. Over here, these two parts right there are elevated, up off the top of the board. And I could come up and over this way to make sure it stays even further away. Little things like that. That's what I try to do. Excuse me. It's a real show. You didn't think you were going to get it, did you? Now it's a real show. All right, we're starting to get warmed up a little bit here. I'm kind of feeling like we could actually punch some holes. But there's two wires that I'm kind of disappointed with. This one right here, that is a grid wire as well. And that one there. Realistically speaking, I don't need to even run it to this turret there. I could just run it up to that point there and give it the space. And then I could run this literally through here. And that might actually be, now that I'm looking at it and thinking about it a little bit more, that might actually be what I do. Just because there's just no point. This guy would end up down here and it would just cruise underneath everything. And then this wire here would be up in the air away from it anyway. So I might have just solved another problem. So now you can kind of understand why it takes so long to do this. This took about 2 weeks to kind of flow to that point. You just try this, you try that. You're like, I don't like this. And then you try this and you try that. And you're like, I don't like that either. And then you come to this point of realization where that wire right there being under, you can delete. This turret right there, you can delete. Now I got one less turret to press, and then I just do that anyway. All right, nobody knows the difference. And now what I can do is take this guy here and suck it down and do something. Oop, no, that's not what I meant to do, but and do something like that, right? So it stays underneath. These guys are floating above, yada, 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 yada. And then poop, it goes right in, does what it's supposed to do. Little things like that. So that's probably what I'm actually going to end up doing. Do I end up saving this? I don't know. All right. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. I try to make it so all the wires crisscross as little as possible. This wire right here, I showed it going across this wire down here. It doesn't have to go there. It can go around this way, right? You see what I mean? It can come around that way. This one here, it does connect there, but there's a couple different ways I could have gone with it. I could have gone right through here, right? You see what I mean? Like, I didn't have to go down and around. I could go up and over and just beeline straight through there. Little things like that. Those are things I'll decide as we get closer. But those are the things I'm kind of talking about in terms of why you decide to do X or Y, right? You just do something kind of goofy like that. And you do something silly like that. And now it's running literally across all these things. That's already a ground wire right there. So you're not worried about that. If they crisscross, it's already a ground wire. No big deal. So you just try to think of what it is that's down there and what it's supposed to be doing. And you just want to try to keep the noisy stuff with the noisy stuff and the clean stuff with the clean stuff. Try to keep the noisy stuff away from the clean stuff. That's it. No more, no less. That's why these guys are sucked up here, because I know I've got 2 runs of HT down there. So how do I create distance? I create distance by getting them under the board and raising these up and away and off, yada, 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 etc., etc. Okay. So fun stuff. Oh, let's see here. Wow, I'm shocked that there's 14 of you guys. We had a pretty good number of views too. All right, so let me see here. So it's now time to kind of actually get dirty. So I don't know, do we get dirty or do I call it now? We've been at this for an hour and 32 minutes already. Golly. All right. I think we can do this. I'm going to put this up there. We're actually going to open this thing up so we can see inside for the first time. Oh, it's not going to do it, is it? Yeah, it is. There it is. I'll probably just punch things out and drill a couple pilot holes. I'm not really shooting to try to do all this tonight. We'll probably do more stuff tomorrow. And by tomorrow, I mean more stuff is that we'll actually bust out the drill press. You can actually see I did open up that channel down there. You can see my workspace camera. Did I do that right? Yeah, I did. Okay. So this is the inside of the board or inside of the chassis. We're going to try to keep it that clean the whole time. We want to keep this handy. We'll put this away for now though. I'll put it over here. So what's not going to happen today? Oh, and you can see I had him put sad story, everybody. So here's some news that sucks. So the guy that makes these things for me, the guy that I had making these things for me, I guess he's closing shop for now. And that means I won't have the same guy to make these for me, which is really a bummer. Because he does a really good job. I really like how he does his work on them. But I'm going to have to find another chassis maker, it sounds like, which is kind of unfortunate. But in either case, the giveaway amp gets the last really nice one. So we'll try to keep this one as clean and pretty as we can. And that's what I mean. We only got one shot. We cannot fruck this up. So on the back, I did do some remeasurement here. You can kind of see I moved that original hole over a little bit. I want to make as much space in here as I can. And it just kind of worked out that space-wise, you know, I ended up at 1.25 inches or something like that. And that is just, seems like it's so far off. I don't know why it just seems like it's so far off, but I don't know. We'll come to that. Anyway, we'll double check these. I'm probably not going to punch anything on the backside is what I'm getting at. Mainly because I need to double check and make sure that, you know, I really got the 17 inches I'm supposed to have. And I talked about it before. If you measure from one side, by the time you get to the other side, yeah, see, that's what it is. I measured from the one side. And you can't see it because it's behind that second screen there. But so I made all the measurements from one side, and these ones line up like they're supposed to. But what I think it is that I'm learning is that what I need to do is find the center of the amp. So whatever space I got, it looks like it's 17 1/16, right? And of course that'll squish in a little bit as the sides of the amp get pushed in, and then measure from the center line out. That's probably what I actually need to do. Now for the top side of the amp, not as big of a deal because we know everything's going to fit. I'm trying to be careful with this guy because this paint is still kind of on the drying side. But I did drill those holes just a little bit off. You can't see it, but the holes are off just by a little skosh bit. But it is square there on that side, so this piece I'm not that worried about. You can kind of see here that the center is not exactly center to where this one ended up at. I don't know if that's just because I'm really bad at drilling holes or what, but that's just where it seemed to land. But I need that to be center because these guys have to fit in that space that I created there. That's why that hole is that size, so that these can fit inside of there. So little things like that. That makes sense. So I moved these holes already. You guys failed the last time. Maria! How's it going? It's nice to see you, Maria. No, you wouldn't, and I know that you wouldn't. It's all good, Maria. Thank you for coming in. I'm glad to see you here. Let me see here. Let's do some more housework here. Boop. There you go. Want to make sure all the friends are blue. So, first thing, oh, okay, cool. Hey, get some work done. Let's do some work. All right. I think what I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to turn off this guy because it's getting in the way. So what I did do was I moved the holes. They were here. Now they're there. The reason why is this guy. I don't know what it was, but when I sat it on here, I wanted to set it this way. But that's not the way that this thing's going to go. It's going to go like, well, it's actually technically going to go like this. So these are the primaries here. And what I want the primaries to do is shoot out to the edge of the chassis like this, and then head on down. And it looks like they'll be just long enough. That I believe it's the red and the blue, and then white is my common. Something like that. Either way, this one will make it all the way to the end over here, where the turret board will be. So I will not have to add length to these. And then, of course, these guys are going like literally just a few inches away. So this is going to go right there. That's all I was getting at with that. But it just worked out. Because this guy is probably going to land right in here. And then we got a couple of these guys. So the way that this is going to work, probably not going to be able to get these holes in today. Probably do that tomorrow. But That was a pretty cool little land right there. But so that'll go there. And I'm going to try to get this thing so it's centered up around that, right? So that makes sense. So those will land right there. And then these guys, boop, will get in there. And then this one will land here. So all of these things will kind of fall somewhere in this range right there. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. So that's why I'm saying it's kind of cool that it worked out the way it did, because I only need to get to here with that one wire. And even if I, the far end over here is where the other stuff's actually, this is actually going to land more like that. You got to keep in mind when you're looking at this, you're looking at the top, but when we're looking at the, whatchamacallit, it's the other way around. So everything's flipped underneath. So if we were looking at the bottom side of the amp, this would be flipped around. And then the other way. So we got to try to imagine where everything's going to land right here. So from the bottom of the amp, this is about what it would look like, except for it would be flipped around. So let's go ahead and just flip it around. And then this would be over there. So you just kind of got to try to imagine all that crap. So that's what we're doing today. We're going to try to get the major holes worked out. We're going to try. I'm probably going to take some liberties. You can see I was just a little bit off there on my centers. These two landed perfectly, and those two ended up being off. I don't know how I got these two right and the other two not quite right. The beautiful thing is that there's enough wiggle room. You know, these holes here will be bigger, and those holes are a little bit bigger. So there's enough wiggle room that by the time we're done, everything will be able to sit right where I need it to. I did decide that that is where we're going to put that guy. Let me double check. 1.5 inches. Cool. Yeah, it works out really good on this one. It's 15.5. So that one's exactly where it needs to be. And we decided at 2.5 is where we were going to put it. And it actually needs to move a little bit. So I got it off by just a skirsh. So we're going to do that. I want it at 2.5, but we need it to be a fat 2.5. Yeah, I ended up putting it pretty much right where it was. What it is that there's a piece of tape right there, and the tape is trying to force the thing over. There it is. Close enough. All right. This will be easier to see for you guys if I use this black ink pen here. Not that one, apparently. This one. There we go. There we go. That's where we're going to put the one. I know that these holes here are going to work just fine, so we're going to put there. I'm just going to put the spot where I want to drop the my auto hammer or auto punch. This one is going to be right here. This one's going to be there. So we're just kind of marking out all our holes. Let's do a quick check on this here to make sure we're centered there. So the way I did this, it did land correct. So by correct, I mean that when I put this thing on, it is right on that line. It lands right in there. So that line to there is going to be bueno. So what did I end up doing here? I ended up going, it looks like 1 3/4 inches, about 1 3/4 inches there. And 1 3/4 inches there. And I actually went a little bit large on those. So it's 1 3/4 inches, but just a little bit larger. And I went with 4 inches on center. I did. So that's the way I did it. Those are good. Where did I go depth-wise? I went at 2 inches. I think I determined that that will work with these. So if those go like that, ish, then this will land over here. And that looks pretty close. And then the edge of my board will land somewhere in here. Now what I'm noticing here is that we're going to be overlapping a little bit. And I don't know if I want to go back much further. So what I mean by that is if these go like this, which is exactly how they would go, you can kind of see what I'm talking about. So by the time I get this one lined up there, this one won't be on center when it goes to the edge of the thing. So I think I'm going to push this over a little bit. But what I want to do is make sure that if I push it over, I need 1.5 inches over here. The reason why is this guy has to fit. So I've got a couple of these guys that are going to go in this thing, and I want them to be able to come out of the amp. So they've got to be able to get at least about 1.5 inches. I think that's what I measured on that. Let's see. Yeah, 1.5 inches. I'm not crazy after all. Dude, if we could post pictures in the chat, that would be freaking awesome. Anyway, so I think if I did this right, that mark right there is 1.5 inches. Let me confirm. It is. Blam. So this is the edge. This is the edge. So I'm just trying to sanity check right now. I'm sorry. I know you guys are probably, what the hell is he doing? But you can kind of see here, the way that this is right now in this spot, it will overlap the hole that is created on this. So by that I mean, it'll just make it. So that's how close. So if you're looking at the screen here, the display capture, you see how I got this space right there? That space isn't real. So obviously all of this stuff here would move almost so it's on top, but this thing here would also be more distant than you see it right now. So as you can tell, I did not take the time to properly determine where these things are in here. So remember I was talking that you could put the actual real sizes, and if you don't put the real sizes, then how would you know? So little things like that, just saying. So that's what I'm working out right now, is can I actually do that? And it will function. It's just going to be toy like a toyga. So I'm just trying to make sure that I'm not going to kill myself if I do this. Because once I put these holes in there, that's where they have to go. And it looks like it will work, but this is how close everything would end up being. Does that make sense? So it's a little scary. A little scary in that regard. And the only way around that is for me to move this stuff back a little bit more. And I don't know that that's what I want to do. I think this will work though. I'm looking here. Sorry, you're watching me think in real time. We are getting to a point of no return. So what do I want to do? Tell me out, guys. What do you think I should do? Do it? Those are going to be really freaking short. You have to imagine. So this little guy here is going to be more like this. And it'll be underneath that guy. So this guy here is literally going to sit like that right on top of it. But it's only going to be separated by about that much distance there. So not much to it. I mean, you can't get much closer than that. Which means like all of these little wires that are cruising across at these little angles here. Like you can imagine like this wire here might be only maybe 1 inch total in length. So it's going to be toit like that. That may or may not be a good thing. I don't see it being harmful, but you know, am I going to kill myself later? Let's see here. I don't see any point in trying to go further back. I think we're just going to do it. This is going to work. It's just going to be a lot closer than we're thinking. So I did buy some different standoffs. So I did think ahead a little bit. Let me show you what I mean by that. So I usually use, so all those other things that I've been trying to plan ahead with. So I got 3 different sizes. There's a 3/4 inch, there's that size, and then the intermediate size. So I can go with either one of those sizes there. Does that make sense? So my intention, because I usually use the longer 3/4 inch ones here. But the problem with the 3/4 inch on the back side of this panel here is that anything that's got to go underneath, as we've already seen, gets pretty tight because everything's against the back. That means I need to keep this pretty tight here. These guys here, it's going to be sitting basically this whole distance here. So I was thinking that by the time I get this guy in there, you can't see it and I can't hold it to the way it needs to be, but by the time that this is sitting in there like that, it'd be about the same distance or width, as if you will, as, of my freaking God, is that. Does that make sense? So it's about the same height. Does that make sense? Does that see what I mean? So the turrets are just a little bit higher than the things on there. Just a little bit, like, eh. So I think that's what we're going to do is we'll use these ones there along the back side. And then I don't want to use these ones here, but I may need to use these shorter ones on that side to get the larger board up a little bit more. Historically, like I said, I use the 3/4 inch, but I don't know that we need that because there's nothing really going on underneath the board there. So I have options. Is more or less what I'm getting. The ladies are up tonight. Is it party time for the ladies? Oh, never mind. I see what it said. Okay. No, somebody was talking about me though, but that's okay. I don't mind. So I think I'm just gonna do this. Now, where it's gonna get scary is that I don't know exactly yet where my I don't know exactly yet where the holes for these are gonna land. So it's this way is one thing, but this way is another thing. So I'm going to have to work all that stuff out, because what I want to do, or what I want to have happen, is that this turret here lines up with like that turret right there, because these are the exact same spacing. So I want to have these end up in line. So that's another challenge I get to deal with later. We're going to put that one there. We're going to put that one there. That one looks right up the center. It looks. These ones here, I'm going to fudge it. I'm going to put it right where the hole is supposed to go. That one looks really up center. That one is right. This one is wrong, though. Just a little bit wrong. It looks like it needs to be right there. All right? Sure does. Sure does look like that's where it's supposed to go. But I'm going to say it's right there. No, it actually is down a little further. Whatever. We'll make that one work. That one's going to be a smaller hole. So that circle that you see, it's going to be smaller underneath because it will be... Where did that rubber little freaking thing get to? It'll hold this guy in. So that hole is outside of that thing. I can't remember what size it's actually going to be yet. On the front side, I am confident we know what things are going to be. I'm only doing the pilot holes tonight. I'm not going to go crazy with all the other stuff. I am going to do something really quick, though. I'm going to convert these, because you can see here, like we're at an odd distance. You can't really tell, but I can tell. This one's not at 13 inches. You know what I mean? So it's because I measured from one side. So it's at 1.5, 3, and then by the time I get over to here, it's no longer, you know, I measured from this other side here probably. Yeah, it looks like I kind of did, because it was meant to be at 10 1/4 type thing. I also believe that I decided to go with a different spacing here. I need to remember what that spacing is. Hold on, let me figure that out. Edit project settings, and I want 1/2 inch spacing. 0.5, please, thank you. Did I do that right? Grid spacing, okay, yeah. All right, so we got 1, 2, 3 inches on basically that center there. So we should have, from this edge here, it should be 3 inches to that first one. And I might have already moved these. Interesting. What did I do? So 1.5 inches is definitely where that one is going. So let's just find center first. Sorry. So this thing is like 17 on the dot over here on this front side. So 1/2 of 17 is what, 8.5, if I'm not mistaken. So right there. Okay, so this is my center line here. So now what I need to do is delete all those other things because those are not where we're going to put those, unfortunately. I did work out a different spacing. So historically, I usually go with like 1.25 inches or 1.5 inches or something like that. But I don't usually have this many knobs is what it is. So we're going to, these ones are going to stay the same. So these are going to be 1.5 inches, 1.5 inches, or whatever it worked out to. So 1.5 inches, 1.5 inches. So maybe it's 1.5 inches spacing is what I normally go with, whatever it is. But these ones landed right. So these are on the money. So let's just go ahead and do that. That's where that one's going to go. That's where that one's going to go. Yes. All right. So we're going to, there we go. Hole. The rest of them are going to be a little less than fun because I basically did, is it 1 inch spacing or 1 1/4? I need to find the right sizing here. So I think I put it at 20.25. Enter. There it is. All right, so 3, 4, yeah, 1.25 inches is what I intended for them to be. So we need to, from here to the edge, it still needs to be the 1.5 inches, right? So 8.5. See, it's a little bit off over here. If you go from the edge over here, it's like a little bit off on the middle. It's a little odd. I don't know that I like that, but I rather go from the middle out. So we're gonna go 1.5 inches, which is this one right here. There we go. So that's gonna be one of them there. And then it looks like our next one in line is gonna be 4 1.5 inches. So I went a standard distance from there, so it's going to be 1.5 inches in from that point. So 1.5 inches, so that's this point right there. And then everything is 1.25 inches from that point on. So looks like that landed right. So 1.25 inches, 1.25 inches, 1.25 inches, and then we go 1.25 inches. Is that looking good? Yeah. And then we end up at 9. And then if I want to put my last one in there, that would be 1.25 inches would be this one right there. So that is one shallow of where I need to be, if I'm not mistaken. So I was thinking of calling this amp the, what's that seven-headed beast that they name? Mount. Yes, I like to mount from below. So I get this style here. I hope that makes sense. And these are the bottom mount. And I will mount it from the bottom because I don't know if I can show you, but it just sticks up I bump my camera ever so slightly. It sticks up. That's all. So for the power sockets, that's great because it just sits high of the top of this, but all you see is that little ring around it. But these guys have a much shallower thing on them. So when you do these ones, they sit flush, like almost literally flush with the top of the chassis. They stick just proud, which is great because that means that the tube won't actually hit the chassis itself. So I do the bottom mount. I prefer bottom mount. The way I want to try to do it is that if you did by any chance have to get the Hydra is close. It's not the Hydra. It's the 7-headed one though. It's the not the Leviathan, the Lotan. I believe it's what it's called, the Lotan. Now the reason I was thinking Lotan is because I have 7 tubes total in this thing, so 5 preamp tubes and the 2 power tubes, and it just works out that I'll have 7 knobs on this thing. So I'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I got one more knob to put in here. And so 7 tubes, 7 knobs. I was thinking, you know, like Lotan or something like that as a possibility. I don't know. We need your help though, so put in some name ideas. Right now, High Roller is the winner at this point, but I don't like 2-word names, so help me out. Right there. So I've got about that much space right there to either put an effects loop. So I think I can fit the effects loop there. I think that's 3.5 inches. Ooh, I got 3 inches. That is going to be tight. If the effects loop's only 3 inches wide, it would fit. But I don't think it will, because you got to imagine I still got a pot that goes there. And then this thing here is going to end up being this jewel lamp. So by the time you get that in there and this in here, what kind of space do we actually end up with? Something like, like that. We end up with exactly 3 inches of space in between those two. I do not know how big this effects loop I have is that is coming. This may be a possibility. This is going to be the master volume right there. This will be the presence control. Hydrax. What is that? Is it Hydrax is the name of that the freaking pest control company? Hydrax, is that right? So this is going to be our input here. And let me double check that. It looks a little shallow. Yeah, it is. I don't know what the hell I was thinking. That's 1 inch, not 1.5 inches right there. It is meant to be right in. I just freaking. And that is right at 1. We needed it to be right here. So that's our input, which is going to furk everything up. I think I might have to shift this over more because we were supposed to have 1.5 inches from our input. But does it matter if I put the input at 1 inch? I like them at 1.5 inches. But God damn it. Why did I have to go and fudge that up? Yeah, darn it. It's only a 1 inch. Well, you know how you done it right? You done it twice. So guess what we don't have? We don't have 3 inches exactly of space in there. We've got less than that. Because I furked dirt. So let's do this. And right here, boop, boop, doo, doop, doop, doo. You line up there, you line up. Ooh, that kind of fell right where it needed to go. Center line. You know how you done it right? You done it twice. And there's our center line that way. Let me double check. Close enough. It was off by an RCH, because that's the finest of hairs. But sorry, that was a guy joke right there. Never mind me, I'm just a dude. Think like one too. That's what got me in trouble. That's why I got bad things said about me earlier today. You know, if it were easy and everybody could win them all, well, I guess you can't just say any jokes. 1.25 inches. And then we're going to go 1.25 inches. I'm going to go 1.25 inches. There we go, 1.25 inches. And on, and then we want to go basically starting over again. So we're going to go 1.25 inches, which is that one there, if I'm not mistaken. Nope, I missed it. I only went 1 inch. The hell kind of math was I doing? We want that one. All right. I don't think we can delete that. Nah, deleted enough. All right, so that changes the game, obviously, because that doesn't... That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And by the time I get the 7th one in there, we no longer have that 3 inches of space. That already answers all those other queries that we had, which is to say that we are not going to be able to put an effects loop on the front of this guy here. All right, so there's all the holes that we'll put in. Booty. Let me put a little circle around the ones I want. Makes sense? I hope that does. So those are where the pots are going to go. They are going to be a little bit closer than usual for me. So when I say usual, I usually go with 1.5 inches. So the pots will be like this. Now the knobs are 3/4 inch, so they're about this size here. So by that, it means that they will be pretty well spaced still. About like that. So that's about the size of the knobs. Okay, any question? Not getting confused with mirror imaging on the layout, just saying. No, I am not. So here's why, let me explain. So the layout, if you get this guy here, right? And I face it this way. This is my input side. This is my power side, right? So now I have IEC receptacle here, right? Now just keep that in mind as we go back over to here. Bam! Right? So now we're looking at it in the same way. That's my input. And those are my 7 knobs, right? And there's my IEC receptacle. So these things right here, all these components, are how you will see them. That's how they will go in the amp. Hey, what's up, AC? How's it going, my man? So this is how you will see it inside of the amp. And by that, I mean, let's get back over to here. Bloop. In here. All right. So this guy will land in there, roughly, right? These tube sockets, you know, so thereabouts, right? You'll have the transformer here, big old transformer there, etc., etc. These guys here for the bias will land like right in there somewhere. So little things like that. These guys right here are going to go over here, and I got to fit them in there, right? So they'll go in there. So it is confusing though, because when you're looking at, you're looking at this from the top. So here's what I did to mark or denote my my turrets or standoffs. So see that guy right there? That's a standoff. This one right here is a standoff, and then that's a standoff, and that's a standoff. Okay, so that's where I'm going to put the standoffs. So I'll have 4 standoffs in this thing. Now that's where it's going to get confusing, because now when you flip this around, all these things that are over here are actually going to be facing the opposite direction when you're looking at it from the top. So when I take this thing and flip it back around like this, when you're looking at the, whatchamacallit, that board, this board here, when we see it like this, it's actually going to flip around like that, right? So we see it like this on the drawing, but underneath it will be like that, right? Does that make sense? So I think it's going to be okay. So what I'll do first, the very first thing I'll do, and I'll probably do this tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll do actual hole drilling. We'll like put full size holes in this thing so we can mount all these actual components. Maybe we'll put the power transformer in. I want to give a couple more days for this thing to dry. I still do need to put some stuff down there. I haven't had a chance to do that yet. Paint the bottom, that is. Not that that's going to matter, because I got this stuff here. So this is insulation tape. So that is a very large section of aluminum there, setting along with a very large section of steel. So yeah, dude, the chassis work is the scary part, because like you cannot fudge it up. That's why you guys think I'm like just stalling and yip yapping and wasting a bunch of time. It's not that. It's literally that I only got one shot. If I furk up a hole, it's done. Like, this chassis turns into garbage. So whatever hole I put in this thing has to live in this thing. And I want to make sure that I get all the holes in the right spot. So I'm doing all of my math and checking everything. Like, we're going way too much. Realistically, I should have already had holes in this thing, but you get where we're at, right? You get why we're doing it. So the holes that I'm confident about are here on the front. These are settled. Like, there's no way these won't go in there. Yeah, right? Or just off looking, right? I'm in debates. I don't think I need a mid contour or a mid control. If it's any, like this guy right here, this guy is a high gain amp, higher gain. It's not high gain by some standards, but this thing is a mean machine. It only has a high cut and a low cut. Sounds freaking bitchin'. The mids that are in it, you love. You want them. Well, we'll expose this one day. I'm probably going to give this to my members first. We'll give them some fun stuff, and they'll, yeah, exactly. Measure thrice, cut once. Remember, lift with your back, not with your knees, okay? Yeah, Riley, dude, the freaking Rory Gallagher. Come on. That was a cool jam this morning. All of them, actually. I got to watch the whole thing. But, so part of me doesn't want to add the mid contour control so I can save that space there. Because if I could get one knob out of this thing, that will give me all the space I need. Because now I'd have 4 inches of space as opposed to the 3. And then I actually could put the effects loop on the front. And realistically, that's probably where it should go. As of right now, if I put the effects on the front, they'd have to be down here. So you have to imagine they would fit like down there somewhere. But I don't know. I don't really want to. I kind of feel like the effects need to go off the back. That's where they are on 99% of the amps out there. And it's where I know I have the space that I need for them. So we'll see. We'll cross that bridge. I'm not gonna put myself in a spot where I'm dedicated to one or the other. So I may skip doing that hole for now, and we'll come back to it later, I guess. We'll see how I feel. So I think, yeah, yesterday I put a piece of tape here. So this is the side with the power transformer here, right? We're going to put the caps right up the middle. That's the only way I can pull this off, is to just put them up in the middle and space them out. If I'm not mistaken, the closest I can get these things was like right in there, which gives me, what is the spacing on that? I think it was like 2 inches was what I was shooting at. Yeah, it's 2 inches. So we're going to go with a 2-inch spacing on center. So let's do that now. Let's just get that out of the way. So this should be an 8-inch deep chassis, and it looks to be exactly 8 inches. I will accept that. And let's go ahead and mark out center. There's that. Doop. I'm going to go from both sides on this to make sure. Yeah. Okay, that's my center line. That worked. I'll be danged. All right, then we're going to go 1 inch each direction. Knock it off. So very close to center. So 4, 6. It's 1 inch either direction. So that's 2 inches in between. Doop. Now we're got to be careful here is that I do have these little feet things. And with those little feet things, they could throw some stuff off. So I'm going to go like this time. And is that hitting? It is still hitting. So let's do it from the top. And I'll just make it so I don't have to deal with that. There we go. Just double check this one here since, yes, we're good. And I already did check that one, but third time's a charm, right? All right. Did I fook it up? Ooh, a little bit. Doesn't matter. This center line doesn't matter. So, all right. So then what is our spacing on these holes? I didn't actually look at that, to be honest. I think it was 1.5 inches. Well, depending on how you want to look at it, if we went with 1 3/4, it's not quite center of each hole. I don't know that I really want to try to bend it to be some standard size. But I think if I go with 1 3/4, it looks like 1 1/4 plus 1/16. So whatever that adds up to, what, 13/16. I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to do 1 13/16. I think that's what we're going to go with. It's kind of an odd number, but let's get our other center line going here. Ooh, almost dropped it. Almost a bad day. So this thing should be a 2.5 inch chassis. It is 2.5, so we're shooting up for 1 1/4. I think we can just do it on each of these now. So 1 1/4 is there. 1 1/4 is here. I get to say 1 1/4 a lot in this one. You don't have to worry about it, man. Nothing to worry about. Now, here's the freaking crappy part. How the hell do you freaking find... Ooh, that's going to be tight. It's going to fit, though. I guess I could almost just do it like that, but just draw the line in there. So off of center, half of 1 13/16 is freaking... some stupid-ass number. I don't even want to think of that. What is freaking... Oh, my gosh. This thing's going to make me work today, isn't it? Hold on. I'm trying to get the fractional in decimal point. So 13/16 is what? 8125. 8125. So it's 4625 or something like that, right? Or whatever. It's 1330 seconds is what it actually is, but that is 40625 is what it was. I needed to add a 0. So damn. So it's a 1/2 inch plus 406. I think we're just gonna... I'm not trying to do the goddamn math right now. That I think will work right there. And I'm going to put, it's pretty dang close. Put that there. And we'll put that there. I'm not trying to do math today. I'm sorry. That's some ridiculous math. Let's just see if that came out to some odd, like 30 seconds right here. Between them, I should have, it's like 1 inch and some odd 30 seconds. Or 1 and, hey, what do you know? It came out right on the money anyway. And I think if I were to do it correctly on center, it would have landed like right there. So I'm off. I'm a little bit high on this one is what it is. So I need to move it down just a skosh. But you know what? The holes will be big enough. They will work. So we'll put 1 hole there. We'll put 1 hole there. I'm sorry. I'm just not going to try to play God like that today. Close enough is sometimes close enough. I am a perfectionist and all, but there is a level of ridiculousness sometimes that, you know, too much of a good thing is still too much. I say it a lot, but it's true. So if I have the same value that I had the last time, it's a little bit shallow on the one side. This side needs to be a little bit larger, a little bit fatter, I should say. That's all. So there's our holes. That one's a little messy, but whatever. I guess the big thing is, I don't even know if I have enough throat on this to even see. Yeah, I don't even have enough throat. I need to get my other, so I have another square, but I was using it for another project, and the freaking thing is on. This is my old Mitutoyo But yeah, it's even got my LG on there. I think this is my grandfather's actually. So I'm named after my grandfather. But I've had this thing since I was a kid. But it's the real Mitutoyo Japan. And then the other half I have in some other spot in the garage. So yeah, you know how it goes. All right. We got a lot of holes marked out here. What do you think? Think it's time to start making some clanky clink sounds? We know where things are going to go here. I just want to check something else real quick. I just want to see if I go like this, it lands right on that one. And that one is just a little bit low of that. So we're going to go right here. Now that is closer. Yes. And if I do that the same thing over here, well, that would have been so much freaking easier if I could have worked that math out. Jesus. The bottoms are good. Not worried about the bottoms. All right, so what that'll allow me to do then, so the way I'm going to, ooh, man, that's going to suck. So this is going to go in there, but it's going to go in there like that, right? So it's going to go inside like that, but I have this lip here, and I put these vertical for a reason, because it makes it easier to get to that lip. So these guys are actually going to fit in there like this. So that is going to be less than fun to deal with, as you can imagine. So this will be actually like that. So you can just see them sticking out. So I can get my grimy fingers on it. So that's the big thing. That was the important part, was to make sure that they will fit side by side and I can get my blimy fingers on everything. Did I say that right, Riley? Let's see here. Duncan amps. Duncan sounds okay. Adjust the mid by raising or lowering the high and low. Yes. So spent electrons. Yes, you can. In the way that I try to design my high and my lows, like on this guy right here, is that the lows don't extend so far up that it gets into the highs, and that the highs that I cut out don't extend so far down that they start affecting the lows, right? They're non-interactive. So whatever you do to the highs, it doesn't get bassier. It doesn't thin out the bass. It doesn't change that. It doesn't mess with the mids. It doesn't shift anything. You're just cutting highs. And same with the lows. You're either adding lows or cutting lows. And then, of course, in this case, you also have a presence control, which kind of does pull the mids up and down with it anyway. It kind of works like a contour because you can pull the mids with it. But, which means if you pull the highs down a little bit more and you push the presence up, you can get more mids to pop up, right? Conversely, you can raise the highs and pull the presence back, cutting some of the highs, but letting some of the mids kind of live in there. So that's kind of the contour control that I tend to work with. And it works really well on these other amps like this one here, where you use a conventional like Vox style high cut. It doesn't really mess with the highest of highs that much. Like if you've ever messed with a Vox high cut and you turn it down a bit, like the top end kind of stays intact for a little bit, while the mids kind of tamp down more so. The upper mids kind of tamp down. And then as you start getting to more extreme settings, then it starts to pull the highs out and, you know, cut the mids and all that fun stuff with it. But this one works really well as well. You know, when you cut the lows out, it's just cutting the lows out. There's not much more to it. The one that you can't see that's down there on the bottom has kind of a different circuit going on. I put a low cut and a high cut along with a Vox style cut. So it's actually got two high frequency controls. And the way that I did that was I stacked them in such a way where the edge, as I call it, really only gets rid of the highest of highs. Like it's meant to be like your fizz control, whereas the tone cut or the high cut portion of it, the Vox style tone control, takes care of more of the mids kind of, because you can let some more of the highs through with that edge control, and it just kind of tamps the upper mids a little bit. It's pretty, for the low number of tube count or tone controls there are, you get quite a bit of mileage out of it. So, yeah, fun stuff like that. Let's see here. So that's just with the low and high pot in that regard. So I try to make it so that the mids stay put, but I also try to set it up in such a way where if you do have the highs and the lows all the way in, there's just a little bit of a mid cut, and you can kind of work that in with how you do the grid stoppers. So grid stoppers are a double-edged sword because, as Riley has found out, they can add noise. Not always, but they can. Depends on how you implement them. But depending on how you implement them and how you're trying to run that amp, right? Yes, you can get a lot of noise. But the way that you can sail frequencies over the top sometimes can abate that, if you will. So by abate that, I mean that, you can use it as kind of a mid control. So you allow the stage to push more bass in than you need. Then you use the grid stopper to kind of attenuate that. And then you use your bypass cap, your 500 PF or your 250 PF or whatever it is that you want to use to allow the highs and mids, upper mids to kind of come back over. And what you end up with is kind of like this hump of low end that you probably don't really need, but you can have it. It's there. And then you got the high ends untouched, that kind of thing. So you can. Are they any good? Yeah, I think so. Oh, MXR power bricks. I haven't really messed with the MXR stuff that much. I went on a hunt recently trying to find different, like power bricks and stuff like that. The one that I kind of thought was the best overall was what's that one that does like the pedal boards and stuff like that? I can't remember their name off the top of my head, which isn't helping anything. But the Strymon one, the Zulu, is that what it's called? I think whatever the Strymon power brick is. I like that one. That one looked good. It's expensive though. And I think it has 18 volt and different, has different milliamp ratings for the different taps that it has. And then the, gosh, what is the other one? Not the Viper, the Predator, whatever. Golly. It's the company that's like known for that crap. I don't have the freaking box over here to tell what it is. Darn it. Pedal power. Now I gotta find out. Hold on. Sorry. We will cut metal today. Pedal power, literally, is what it's called. Voodoo Labs. God darn it. Voodoo Labs. So the Voodoo Labs and the Strymon stuff, yeah, the blue Strymon, yep. To me, those were the best ones I've come across. The Friedman one that came out was okay, it looked like. Where I found it to be most important, like even some of the cheap ones aren't horrible bad. It's just they're a crap shot, right? But you want the ones that are truly isolated. A lot of the cheap ones that you see on eBay and like Amazon and stuff, they'll say that they're isolated. They're not actually isolated. But there is one that is available on Amazon, and the guy tore it apart. Use Clocks 7. I haven't heard of that one yet, but it is a real show. Real show. Roar. But there is a cheap one that you can get on Amazon, and it actually is isolated. Where they cut corners was the size of the cap that they used to isolate them. And the gentleman said that all you had to do was just, like add the cap or replace all of them. It's a few bucks or whatever worth of capacitors or whatnot. But it's just not worth the crap shot on it. iOS and they ain't. That's the thing that's scary is they're all going to tell you all the freaking vibey, sales marketing words, and they aren't. And most people aren't crafty enough to open the thing up and be able to see that they're actually isolated. You don't want the ones that share, 5 ports with one power supply. So those two are the best, the pedal power and the Strymon. So I'm just looking to make sure I'm not cray. you're going to go, ooh, where do I want, yeah, it's the lower one right here. So I opted to squeeze things in. I mentioned it kind of earlier in the stream that I opted to tighten things up a little bit on the extremes here. I am going with 1 inch. If I'm not mistaken, yeah. And that's a fat inch. I don't really like that. We might put tape over that and try again. But, which means I also am going to have to find center again. There. Let's find center again. So, that's pretty dang good. So that is 1.25 inches is center. And that is center, but we actually want it at 1 inch up. Sorry. I forgot. This is the back side here. Center is different on the back side. That's good enough. So the reason center is we're moving it down. We're moving it down because we have stuff coming in from the top, right? That will hang down. And then I also, the way I do my chassis or my cabinetry is that I have a thing that comes over the top of this by 1/4 inch, which means I actually have a 1/4 inch less viewable window. And then on the bottom, I'll have an 1/8 inch strip. So it kind of almost looks exactly how this tape is laid out here. So my usable area is more or less this space in there. I don't worry about the 1/8 inch that's down there. I just try to write that out when I'm doing the, when I cut the panels or the faceplates, I just try to account for that. So I make sure that nothing goes below that 1/8 inch mark down there on the bottom. But what I do want is center of this chassis, and this thing is a little bit large in this orientation here. It's like 17 1/16. So that's 8, not 8. It's well, 8 and 8 is 16. So it's 8.5 plus like a 32nd. So our actual center line is like right here on the back. And if I did that right, yeah, it's like right in there. So that's our actual center line. Where I put it? I put it away because I was a good boy. Hate it when I'm a good boy sometimes. Yeah. So most amp or pedals don't really eat up that much current. It's the digital ones that eat up a lot of current. Those are the ones that you got to watch out for. Those guys, like the Strymon pedals, they want like 250 milliamps, like straight up 250 milliamps. It's the other ones that are a little less problematic. You know, like your basic like OCDs and stuff like that. Or, you know, these little crapo cheapo boxes like the Moors and stuff. Like these guys pull dick all for current. But those Strymons, yeah, they're current eaters. If you have any kind of pedal that's like real analog and has tubes in it, like this guy that I built, this guy here, I mean, I've got 2 real 12AX7s and they run at real voltages. This thing requires about a 1 amp thing, and I have to use this adapter for it, unfortunately. But so you do got to be mindful of it. So if you start stacking 2 or 3 pedals on the same thing, yeah, it can be kind of a problem. So just little things, that's all. All right, so that's our center line. But what we want is to get 1.5 inches in. So this is our 1.5 inches from the edge. But where does that work out with this guy? If I were to go right on center. So we want it to be at 3. So 3. So that's where that hole is actually going to be. So that is going to be our, whatchamacallit here, that guy. And then I decided that I was going to go with 1.25 inch spacing to the next one, but then these are going to go 1 inch apart. So these guys will land just a little bit closer than they probably, I don't know. They're not that big, so 1 inch is fine. So when I go from that spot there, and I don't really have to go 1.25 inches, but we're going to go 1.25 inches to center. And then from there, we're going to go 1 inch. That makes sense? So that's where our first guy there will go, and then the next guy will go right next to it. So these will be pretty close together, and then that's where our impedance selector will go. And then in this space here is where I suspect the effects loop is going to end up at. So let's just, this guy, we're just going to kind of do this. Even though we don't really need to put a crosshatch in there, but whatever, we'll do it so we can really see it. We're going to have hole, hole, hole. Now, over here, it gets a little bit different. So as you recall, these ones are at some odd length here. So that is because, so I don't know what I intended it for it to be. I get the feeling that I was shooting for 17. Golly, I think he measured it from the same angle I did. So 15 looks like is the center of that guy, right? That makes sense. But that means if I want this thing to be truly at 1.5 inches, you can see 1.5 inches is just shallow there. But this thing is very clearly to me, it'll fit at 17. If I squeeze this thing in, so it's not a welded corner. Let's just see what happens if I measure it from this side. So you can see here at 8.5, I'm just shy of 8.5. You can kind of just see that. I'm about a 64th off in that direction. But over here, I'm a 64th large. Does that make sense? So that is actually the center of this thing. So I just need to go whatever is the most round number out from there. So that means that this thing must be, I think that's the best way to do this. Let's just kind of work in from where I actually want to be. Because I know that these ones were going to end up being 1 inch apart. And they are 1 inch apart, and then that last one is 1.25 inches. But you can see they're not on standard distances. So I think what I'm going to do is cheat everything over a little bit. So I'm going to go right here. We're going to go right here, which is 1.25 inches. And then we want to go 1 inch and 1 inch. So see how that moved everything over about a 32nd of an inch or more? It's tougher to see for you guys because you can't really see the pencil mark. But let's make it so you can kind of understand what madness I'm working with here. So see the different dots there? That's how it compounds when you try to measure it from one side versus the other. So this is measuring from the center out now. So this should be a little more accurate to my reality. And that's my reality. So there. Oh, that's kind of cool. It's not what I want, but whatever. There we go. All right. So those are going to be where we put holes. Click. So that leaves us with this nice fat 6-inch area basically that we can put the effects. Now, how is that going to work out? So we got this 6-inch area right in here. So the effects are going to kind of align almost with the power tubes. So the power tubes are going to land here. So the effects will be just offset a little bit, but I think they're only about 3¼ inch. I think it's Y. Now, if going back to your pedals a little bit, if you have a bunch of the lower cost pedals or lower draw pedals, you can get 5 or 6 of them on a single power supply, and it's generally not problematic. But I try not to tempt fate too much. It can be scurry. Let's see here. I want to double check something on this guy. I want to see how bad my math was. I know that I was off a little bit on these holes here. So these holes here are a little further back than they need to be. And then that one there obviously just didn't end up right. So I'm hoping I can kind of figure out where my centers are. Where were they supposed to be? So they were supposed to be 1, 2, 3.5 inches on center. And this one is very close to 3.5 inch on center. It's off by about a 32nd of an inch. So this one is about off by a 32nd of an inch. I think we're going to be okay. A little bit, just a little bit. This is a handmade amp, so, you know, some of the little flaws are going to be part of it. In the future, I will work on getting these done out by like a machine, because this is the hard part. I kind of want to do the power transformer first, so are you guys ready? Take our auto punch and start clacking out some holes. I hope you are, because it's about to get weird, because I am about to start clacking out holes, I think. I'm just trying to make sure that my sanity is with me at the moment, because I'm starting to get a little scared. Just a little bit scared right now. I'm going to save this for last. That's what I'm going to do. So let's just go. I'm going to freaking put one there. And I hope that doesn't screw up your sound too much. I know you guys can hear a clack, but I don't know how bad it is on things for you, but we are dedicated now. That is where that transformer is going to go. So this is our last opportunity to make sure I didn't screw anything up, because that's the way it's going to go. That's fitting, and that is fitting. Oh my God, it fits. It fits. We're going to be all right. We're in a good spot. All right. All I did was shift that around. I kind of just want to make sure that that's still going to be the case here. So I didn't kind of go over that math with you guys at this point. So I think I decided it was going to be, looks like 2.5. I went with 2 3/4 on there. 2 3/4 is actually not bad. 2.5 is what I did on the remainder of the holes. 2.5 would work. It would be wider doing it the way I have it with 2 3/4, which is currently where it's at. It's actually a little bit wide of that. Ooh, do I want to go 2.5? That is inside of there. I'm going to go with 2.5. We're going to keep 2.5 all the way around. So I'm going to change my measurements here a little bit because I can. So 2.5 is 1 1/4 in each direction off of this here center line, right? Does that make sense? So we're going to go 1 1/4, which is this one. And then we're going to go the other way, the same. So 1 1/4 is, yeah, that's right. And then 1 1/4 is right here. There we go. So I'm just adjusting a slight bit. Now the reason I did that initially, the reason I erred wide is you can see here, like this thing has like it's flat on the bottom, right? Like this thing is going to sit flush on there, which means if this guy here is too far in, you get what I mean? It'll get crushed by the edge right here. We don't want that. We want this thing to make sure that when it goes in, I'm going to use a different size though. I'm not going to use one this big, but that's why I changed my mind a little bit. So if that is at 2.5 inch centers, even this one here as it is, it would fit well within the confines. So just as a FYI, that's why we're doing this. I know I'm talking to you guys like your children. I apologize if it seems that way, but I'm just trying to, show you the thought process. And if you haven't done this before, I'm hoping that you want to do this. So if you're following along later on doing this, that's the thought process. Calipers are nice. I do have a cheap pair of calipers, but yeah, even the freaking, what do they call those other ones? The ones where you just, it looks like a little V and you can adjust the wheel and then you just do that kind of thing. Yeah, exactly. And I used to do that a lot when I was doing sheet metal work, eons ago, but yeah, we're close enough. All right, so we're going for those inside holes this time. So we're gonna go right there. And yeah, we want, that's the center, so we're gonna go here. Sorry if my head gets in the way. I'm just trying to keep my, trying to make sure that I can see the spot that I gotta stuff this thing. Because light reflects, and I got a lot of light in here. So we're gonna go with, okay, that's just, so we're gonna go right here with this one. Yeah, it's a little off, but got a big enough ding, we'll figure that out. All right, let's get our tube sockets. These auto punches are nice. They will still ding, like they'll dimple. So you do got to be careful on these thinner chassis. This chassis is pretty stout. It's a 2 mil, so, or 0.08 or whatever they call it. Whatever 2 mil kind of works out to. We're dedicated now. That's where it has to go. So, but on the thinner chassis, if you use even this auto punch without dialing back some of the snap on it by adjusting that, it will, you'll get a dimple. Now, not such a big deal on these larger holes, because you got enough area to cut away, but you know. All right, so that takes care of all but the power transformer at the moment, on the top side. And of course, we'll do that tomorrow. What we'll actually do is drill this thing out where it actually needs all the things, and then we'll figure out how to align them. I'll do some of that work without you guys, so then we don't have to watch me struggle. So you'll notice that this side here is a little higher up. Now, the reason it's a little higher up is because, like I mentioned, on the back side, I use a panel on the back that comes down about 1/4 inch from the top. While on the front, I use 1/4 inch. I use 1/4 inch on the side and the bottom for my vanity plates and stuff. So I move everything up 1/4 inch on the top side. Now, there is no thing that covers the top side here, because I put the vanity plate up here, but I put trim around this thing, and it's 1/4 inch thick. So just FYI. So I am going to dedicate these holes. These ones are done. I want to double check my math on this one. It should be at 1 1/4 inches, or 1.5 inches, excuse me. And then we went 1 1/4 inches for all the remainders. Yes. Okay. So this is our input. Oh, hold on. Let me double check on something here. Almost did. All right. So that's it. 1.5 inches. So let's double check. I got 1.5 inches, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Oh, that one's actually at 1.5 inches. Ooh, did I fudge it again? Let me double check. I know that this one's at 1.5 inches. That one I'm not worried about. It's the remainder of them. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4 is 1 inch. And then it actually does need to be 1.5 inches for that first one. Not 1.25 inches. And then it's 1.25 inches for the remaining ones. So these actually need to shift over. So guess what? That's what tape is good for. Oh my God. That's what I got you guys here for. Keep me out of trouble. You guys are supposed to catch that kind of crap and be like, Luke, you're an idiot. Don't you know how to do fucking math? Like, why did you not do the math right, yo? And then I'm going to be like, oh, I don't know, because I'm an idiot. And I'm going to, make mistakes like idiots do. I'm just a human. Is that gonna make it out? No, of course not. Where do I want it to be at? 1.25 inch, and a, oh, I'll be danged. 1.25 inches. Something about 1.25 inches on this amp. That's what I'm gonna call it, man. This amp, everything's like 1.25 inches, it seems. Thereabouts, anyway. All right, and then we're gonna go from here to the center. You stay put. There we go. And then we want to make my center line. It's pretty dang close, I guess. We'll double check on that. Make sure I'm not crazy on the center line either. So it should be at 8.5 that way. Ooh, wow. That is exactly 8.5. And it should be, see how it's like just ever so slightly off? I'm like a 32nd of an inch off here. And it's spot on that side, which means I'm off by a 1/64 of an inch. I know for some people that is splitting hairs, but for me that is like sucky. I don't like being off by that much, but we'll figure it out. So 1/64 of an inch, it's not that big a deal, but does that make sense? If I'm off by a 32nd here, by the time I split it both directions, I'm off by a 1/64. Does that add up? I hope that adds up. I'm not gonna get too crazy splitting hairs on that, but let's just see here. I'm gonna go from my first measurement because I know it's where it's at, and that does add up to that 1/64. Imagine that. So it is going to be 1.5 inches off this first one. All right, and then we're going to go 1.25 inches. So again, that 1.25 inch thing. Which means we're going to lose even more space over there than I thought we were. Imagine that. And we're going to go here. That makes sense? That makes sense to me, right? I'm going to have ink all over my freaking hands tonight. It's going to take me forever to get this crap off. I don't know if you can see that, but ink everywhere. All right, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got one more hole to go. At 1.25 inches. I just love saying 1.25 inches now. It's right there. All right. So as you can see, our space over here is, golly, gotten a little smaller, yet still now we're down to literally 3 inches in between. Whatever. All right. I am going to dedicate that one for sure. Now what I'm going to do is hold off on my this last one here. I'm not going to punch yet. I'm going to wait. Line thickness, right? I am going to wait on that one because I want to make sure that I actually am going to use the mid contour. So I'll get all these other ones put in, but that one I'm going to hold off on. And if that's not where that hole intended to be, that's where it's going to be now. So I guess I have one last opportunity here. So 1, 2, 3, 4.25. Yep. Line thickness. I'm literally off by the thickness of a line. It bothers me still, but the reality of it is it's not gonna. The panel that I cut, I'm gonna laser cut it. And what I'll do is I'll tell everything to work out from the center, right? So I know where all these distances are gonna be. But as long as I make it from the center, I'll end up cutting it wider than the chassis actually is. So even if it is off one way or the other, just by as you know, an RCH, it's not the end of the world. I just score it and break it on the edge, so it'll still line up on the edge. And of course, we got the vanity that goes around it too. So, it is what it be, yo. And those look like they're very well centered. I'm happy with that. Now, these guys. And this one, these ones I'm not as worried about, but clang. Now we've got other things that are going to go on the side over here, interestingly enough. So while there's more things going in this amp than meets the eye. There's other parts that I'm waiting for. Ooh, that one was way off. I don't like that. Golly gee, that's what happens when you look at it from the wrong side of the line, I guess. So the nice thing about these auto punches is you can kind of go in at an angle, and it'll if you go in at an angle, it'll push the metal over, so it'll work the dot that way, and then you can go back down the center and kind of recenter it. So I was off by a little bit, and now I'm not off by a little bit. And then of course you can put this thing here and see that the holes, you know, align in the center. There we go. See? Very pretty. Very beautiful. So beautiful. So in over here, I have other things to put in. What do I have? So this, get over here. Oop, dropping things. So I use these guys here, and you can see I stuck this one on one point. This went in a different amp that I ended up taking it out of, obviously, but this isn't the one I'm using for this particular build. But this guy has to go in over here somewhere, and my intention was to put it like right there. So excuse me, right there. This is the front of the amp. This is the front of the amp. This is the back of the amp. Back of the amp, right? So this thing here will fit quite nicely in that space, like that. Does that make sense? So this will kind of just sit down there at an angle like that. Mainly because that's probably the only way I'm going to be able to fit that thing. There are smaller ones. I'll show you what I mean. So the other style that I use is this style. This is actually, interestingly enough, this one here is quieter than that one. But this amp, we're not going to have that problem. So this one is smaller, but you can see it has no mounting holes. So I can stick this one, you know, right there in the corner and be done with it. And just literally use double-sided sticky tape and hold it in there, and it would be fine. Honestly, it would be fine. But I don't do that. So this guy here won't fit in that space there, right? Does that make sense? Like, it almost fits, but it won't. So I have to go at an angle. And I think that'll work out, to be honest, if I get it like right like that. I might be wrong. I don't know. I have to double check. Might be too late. Might have already screwed myself, to be honest. So that will end up there. And see, it'll just fit. Hold on, I'll get that in your shot for you. So if I stick that thing in the corner there, and that guy's lined up ish, golly, you guys can't really see, but you see what I mean? It'll just fit in that space there. That's all. It'll just tuck in the corner. If this one won't work, what I'll do is I'll find another one that's a little bit smaller, like this one, and we'll use this one. What is this for? This is for the LEDs. So I use LED lights in my builds, and we'll show a little bit more about how that actually works later. So what I mean by that is that I use that module that you just saw to power the LED lights, which powers the vanity light. So you can't really see it, but this guy right here, is it connected? Yeah, it is. Hold on. So this one, you can kind of see there's a plate right there. That plate is what gets lit. And if you look up there, you can just see the LED lamp that's rolling across the top. I no longer do it that way anymore. What I do is inside of the chassis, I route channels. And then the plate itself, the vanity plate, the plastic acrylic, I put the LEDs along the side of that and I side light that acrylic plate. And what's nice about that is that the way it sticks out over the front of the amp, it kind of shines a little bit of light down, so you can kind of actually see the knobs a little bit. So it's helpful in that regard. And it just kind of gives it a nice soft glow inside. So objectively, we're trying to make it have a nice soft open glow. That's all. All right, so now that we've got that, let's get a piece of wood that we can destroy, like this one here. We're gonna drill some holes. So I do like going through the sizes. You can see I got a bunch of drill bits here. I do usually start with the small size just to get the pilot holes done. And then I'll go up to the next size and the next size and the next size until I get to the size that I need. And then of course you try to find the size that you're going to end on. So, you know, most all the pots are 3/8 inch pots. Here's a 3/8 inch bit. And that's what we'll end with for our pots. Now some of the other ones use a different size. Some of them are 13/16 or whatever size. I think this one there is like 11/16. The power one is a 1/2 inch or something like that. I'm just going to do the pilot holes tonight and we're going to call it. Tomorrow we'll actually drill out to size, but that only means that I need this little baby right here. So in the hole you go. And then let's go to 2. We are going to go to drill. Let's clean up some space because we're about to make a mess. Which is partly why I use that board there. Try to help protect my mat a little bit. My mat's pretty beat up because I actually do a lot of this work on here. I'm going to get some of this stuff off. So how I'm going to do that is this. We're going to take all these little guys and put them in there like that. Come on, everybody. You're going for a ride. Doop-de-doo. I hope that this thing doesn't make too much noise. Probably will. I knew there was one more. Don't ask me how I knew, but I just knew. So all these things here. I have a little home across the way. Bye, guys. You're going to go there. You guys are going to go up there. I'm going to put this away. This guy I'll put away for now. I don't need that. Okay, you guys are all cool there. I got my beer. Rule number 1 is have a drink of choice within arm's reach at all times when working on amplifiers. Now, a drink of choice at all times does not necessarily mean alcoholic. But if you're going to be working on an amp, you pretty much need to be an alcoholic. Okay, that wasn't that funny, but whatever. All right. Ready? You guys ready? I'm ready. I think we're ready. Oh, that's going to be loud. I know you guys are not going to love this, but we're going to go. We're just going to start drilling holes. I don't know if this drill can be any... This drill is not very good. Do 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 do. That one ended up a little bit off center, I think, but close enough. Try not to send everything home too much. Dump this on the ground over here. Not too much of a mess up there, but yeah, those all look like they're going to be all right. This one's a little bit off. That one's still salvageable. All the rest look really good though. I almost feel confident enough to do that. Check on that here in a second, but for now, We are going to go front side here, and let's get her done. I try not to send it home too hard. What you don't want to have is a situation where you just slam it all the way through and you bottom the bit out. That is a more prevalent thing to happen when you're using the larger ones. And I'm gonna, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna stop on this one for now. All I'm gonna do is wait until we get the effects loop in, or decide whether or not we're going to use the mid control, because I'm gonna try to not use it if I don't have to. Realistically, I'd rather not. That is a preferential thing on my part. I know that a lot of artists are going to look at this and go, why the hell is there no mid control? It's just one of those things you kind of just got to trust the process, right? This is a giveaway amp. It's kind of my amp to do whatever the fuck I want with. I give it to whoever I want. No, I'm just teasing. It's... How do I explain it? Why I don't like stacks, tone stacks. The reason I don't like tone stacks is that they technically suck tone. That's what they do. The job of a tone control is to suck tone out. So when you start making it so it's like a full stack, right? When I say a stack, I'm talking like the treble middle bass that you see on Marshalls, Voxes, some Voxes, not all, but and Fenders, right? Fender, Marshall, Vox, those ones, and every other amp, right? Diesels and all of them. Well, the Duncan stack calculator that was posted up in the thread there, or the chat box a little bit ago, that's what that is. You can do the mathematical like calculations and see what the insertion loss of that stack is. No, we're not doing a Tom DeLonge. But you can do the math on it. Now, anytime you use a full tone stack, which is to say that you use a treble middle bass and all the other little doodads that they stack in there with it, you know, all the little mid cuts and mid boosts and all that stuff, you pretty much are dedicated to using another tube afterwards to make up for the loss of that stack. I think it's on the order of magnitude of something like 30 dB that they can cut out in some instances, which 30 dB is a lot, especially when you spend so much energy at the front end of the amp trying to build that gain. So I try to use less lossy stacks, and less lossy meaning that they don't shunt signal away to ground. Now, the high control, you can't get around that, right? There's other ways that you can implement it, but one way or another, when it comes to the high frequencies, you're kind of shunting them out. But you're leaving quite a bit of the body in there still. So you're not really losing so much gain at that point. You're not losing that much. That's just a me thing. I try to keep as much gain in the amp as I can all the way through the thing. And what I find is that you end up with a quieter amp. Yet you still have enough tonal control. The palette is still there. That's all. I didn't bop these yet, so let's go ahead and do that real quick. So let's kind of unpack this a little bit here to show you a little bit more about what's going on back here. So in the back, I was tempted to use a module here. If you go back earlier in the video, I showed you that the PEM or PEM module, power entry module, that I was going to use. They do make ones that have the fuse already built. Goodness gracious, excuse me, already built in. They actually even make them that are horizontal laydown style, and they already have the power switch and the fuse in them. So I probably wouldn't even need to have a power switch. You could just switch it on in the back and you're done. And everything's done on the back, and it would fit in about that space there. But I kind of thought about it. I have to put this guy in This guy is the voltage switch, right? Because we're doing world's voltage on this thing. So that guy right there is the thing that changes it from 115 to 230. And then this guy will go there. More or less what I'm thinking. If all goes well, that's how that should work. So what we're going to end up with, if I can find a little doohickey, there it is. So if I did this right, the module takes up the same space. That doesn't change anything. This will just end up being really, really close to that. All right, so power in, you'll have your fuse right next to the power. Golly, if I can make it so you can see it, but you get what I mean. All right, power goes in, and then next to that will be this guy here. So those will kind of go in that general vicinity right there. So power in, fuse, voltage switch. Underneath this guy, or actually I should say it'll be up here. So up above this, but when you're looking at it from this angle here, it'll be underneath it. All right, so up in here, I am going to put, you may have caught it, maybe you didn't, but I'll have something like this guy. Obviously you can see I've put different size holes in this. This thing is going to be repurposed. So we're going to cut some of these things out. That guy is going to go right there. It'll go underneath it, but it's going to face down that way. We'll use those standoffs, and that is where the thermistor is going to go. And the thermistor, let me show you, needs to go between the switch and the transformer AC inline. So I actually probably am going to end up putting the fuse out over here is what I'm guessing. We'll see. We'll play around with it. They use the same exact size hole. That's the beauty of it. So the two of these guys here, although the threads are different, they're still 1/2-inch holes. So these ones are not so bad. So I can put one in either spot. It doesn't matter. So I can work that out later. But this guy is going to go right there, and it will hold the thermistor like this. And right, does that make sense? So the thermistor is going to hang out there. Let's just kind of show you what that's going to be. So underneath this guy is where that's going to go. And then the thermistor will kind of just float out. It won't be quite as exaggerated, obviously, but you can get an idea. Now what will happen is, from this power switch, or power receptacle, I got to go into the fuse first. Then from the fuse, I got to go into this. And then from this, I got to go up to the power switch. From the power switch, I'm going to go back, and that's going to go into the shirter, the voltage main selector, right? So this guy does need to intercept. That's what this guy is going to be for. That's why I opted to go with that other device, because the other thing I would have had to have done is also place that cap that I was talking about in that little bar right there. I'm trying to minimize the amount of stuff that I stuff everywhere. Trying to. We'll see how that's going to work. But let's pop in some spots here. So we're owning it now. That one's a little bit off. There we go. Much better. Much better. Ah, come on. Snap in it. You do got to kind of hold these things at a weird angle sometimes. There we go. Oh my God. I don't know why I'm hitting shallow. There it is. I'm not that drunk yet. I know that for a fact. All right, so those are our bias ports there. I know those look close, but I can tell you right now, they are going to work. I've already worked this out. I better have worked this out. So that one's going to go there. That one's going to go there. But you can see how close they're going to kind of be, but they'll be right next to each other. No, it does not cause noise in the signal. Because it is in line, it just doesn't, it's just not really doing anything. It doesn't cause a noise. And then of course the PEM, the power entry module I was talking about, that of course gets a lot of the line noise out of the signal or the AC before it even gets to the amp, right? So that's why I opted for that module, was to try to make it so. I wish they made one that had a thermistor built in. That's what I would kind of wish, but they don't, at least that I know of. But yeah, that was the objective behind that, was to kind of have my cake and eat it too. So filter out the AC line noise before it even gets into the amp. Immediately get to the fuse. You have to hit the fuse first, right? That's rule number one, is hit the fuse first. And then from the fuse, then it goes to the thermistor. The thermistor's job is to just slow the startup of the amp. Let me explain why. So we've talked about these large caps here, right? So when these things are discharged, I have 200 UF of cap right here. That is a lot of UF. That's a lot of capacitance right there. When that thing discharges, as far as the electrons are concerned, it is a straight path to ground as that thing needs to come up to the charge. Now, the larger the cap, the longer it takes for it to charge up. So essentially, you click the on button, or you click the on switch, and all those angry pixies are trying to rush into this amp and fill those capacitors up. Well, at first, it looks like a dead short. That is really, really hard on some of the components inside of the amp. The transformer doesn't like it. The caps don't like it. And there's a bunch of other little parts in the amp that don't like it. The thermistor's job is to slow that inrush current. And as the thermistor warms up, it allows more and more electrons to flow. But by then, the caps are no longer at zero charge. They got some sort of charge. And they just kind of build up nice and slowly and naturally. So it's kind of like using a tube rectifier, if you will, without any of the downsides of a tube rectifier. Now, where it does become a problem is thermistors rely on heat, and the heat is generated by electron flow. So if you turn the amp on and you let it come up to temperature, so it runs normally, and then you turn the amp off, and let's say a few minutes later, you're like, oh, I'm ready to play again. Then you turn the amp back on. Well, that thermistor might be hot enough still that it will just flow those angry pixies. All the electrons will just flow right on through it, right? That's another reason I don't like using the safety resistors. So the safety resistors are meant to bleed off the voltage that is stored in these guys here, right? So these things hold voltage. They store voltage. Well, when you put those bleeder resistors, it'll dump that voltage off to ground and empty those things out, so they're not doing anything anymore. I am not making the Blink 182 amp, damn it. But that's why I don't like using them, because more or less what will happen is those things will just hold a charge for a little bit longer, right? They're eventually going to still die off to nothing, but in the short term, they'll at least have enough charge that if you change your mind and you go to turn the amp back on, they still have enough of a charge that even if the thermistor is still a little warm, just a little warm, at least then it's working against something. That's the idea behind that, is to keep you from having a dead short at any given point in time. That's all. No more, no less. All right. So what is it? Let's see. That's gain. Exactly, right? Does that make sense? Ghost boner, spent electrons. So yeah, the less you cut out, the less you have to make up later. The less you have to make up later, the less noise you got. Anytime that you increase noise, right? You add gain, you bring the noise floor up. So if you increase noise and then you cut a bunch of stuff out and then you have to gain it back up, that noise that's down there is going to come with it. So the less of that the less makeup that you have to do, the less noise you're going to amplify. My amps are pretty freaking quiet. I'm going to toot my own horn and just say that my amps are pretty dang quiet. Even without AC heaters. All right, that one a little off. That'll work. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's time for a drink. All right, here we go. Another round of drilling holes. See, that one was a little off. I'm not exactly happy about that one, but it's not the end of the way. That's not that bad, I guess. It's tough to say because I got the other line right there, but I'm going to see what I'm talking about there. Let's see if I can get it lined up right. That's not that bad. That's pretty good. All right. I did better than I thought. Just another few holes to go here. Doo-doo-doo. That was close. Yay! I think this stream is just about done at this point. I think what I might... there's no point in doing it. So obviously you end up with a lot of little burrs and stuff inside. Normally what I would do, maybe not at this point because I don't have to worry about it at this moment in time. These holes are all going to be bigger, obviously. Now it's probably wise, and I guess it's probably worth taking the time to just go ahead and do it now. But again, having all the parts that you're going to use are kind of important. So you can sit there and go, okay, I'm going to make this hole 1/2 inch, right? And let's just go ahead and grab those parts again so we can kind of get an idea of what I'm talking about. So you get these guys here, right? And this is where having a pair of calipers or, you know, some sort of micrometer or something like that might be helpful. So you can take this thing and you go, okay, what size hole do I need to make? 4, 8, 9. It's 0.5. This is a 1/2 inch hole, right? So same here. You go, it's 494, and 495. It's a 1/2 inch hole, right? So what you do then is you go, you point out something like that and you go 1/2 inch. You go here and you go 1/2 inch. Something, right? Just anything to help you indicate what size hole that needs to be. These are 3/8 of an inch, right? So that's where these are going to go. It's right there. So then you go, okay, what size does this need to be? So 3875 is 3/8 of an inch, right? If I'm not mistaken, or 375, excuse me. 375 is 3/8 of an inch. So it's 370, right? So obviously you know that needs to be 3/8. So you just kind of do those sort of things to help make your life easier later on. So 3/8 inch. Don't you laugh at my handwriting, by the way. I do write like a 3rd grader. Dude, you got to get to work on your project. You've got to do it, man. No ifs, ands, or buts. Now, some of these have some oddball sizes. This guy right here has a weird size. So let me show you what I'm talking about. It's not 3/8. It's 587, basically 590. I think I might have already shrunk it down. It's an oddball size, right? What size is that? Let's find out. I can't remember what that adds up to. 5, 8. It's basically 1930 seconds. Let's just double check the math on that. Make sure we're still at 0. Yeah, we weren't at 0. Yeah, it's 0 enough for me now. And if you wouldn't mind, it's 388. I'm sorry. So it's just a little over 3/8 of an inch. So when I dropped it, it changed the thing. So 388 is basically 1330 seconds. That's the size of the hole that I would probably go with, right? The next size smaller is 25/64. I'm sorry, I don't have a 25/64 bit. You probably don't got a 25/64 bit. The closest you're probably going to get would be 7/16. That's a little large. You don't want to go with 7/16. But a 1330 seconds might be something you have in your arsenal. So this one's a weird size. So what are we going to say? We're going to call it 1330 seconds. And it's like nobody's going to have that, right? Now this one here is a little different. So this one is actually an insert. So this one doesn't thread through like the other ones do, right? That makes sense? So this one actually has a different size in it. And that actually is 0. And it is 433. So it's not quite a 1/2 inch. 433 works out to 7/16. More or less 7/16 is what size hole that you would probably put. That's 4375. So, and that's even still big. 4375. That's 435. That's basically the size. Yeah, that's about as close as you can get. Is 4375, so that's 7/16. That's about as close as you can get. So that's what you're going to put, is 7/16. And I guess you could just do like that, right? I still need to work out where that's going to go, the 2 holes to hold the panel mount thing in, but since I don't have that unit here with me, I'm going to hold off on that until later. These ones here are a little easier. This one's a 7/16, right? So we already know that that one's going to be 7/16. And then the remainder of these, all these ones here. So I'm just going to go like that, and we're going to go, it's 3/8 of an inch. We already know because it's the same as those ones there. So 3/8 of an inch. So we're going to go 3/8 inch. Now these ones are a little different. The power supply, or the power switch, if I'm not mistaken, is 1/2 inch. The other one is 11/16. This one here is 11/16. It's like an oddball size. But that's 0. So let's see here. 463. Basically 5 inch is probably a little on the big side, right? That's 0.5 right there. That's a little, oh man. You are lucky. I'd love to get the number system. So here's the downside of buying like drill bits. Like invariably, the only way to get like the size that you need is to buy a whole kit. And so you go to like Harbor Freight and you get the really nice like number set that they got. And the number set is like $100 because it has everything from like, what is it, 2 through, I don't know where it ends, but you know what I mean? Like a bunch of numbers. That's a problem though, because that's only the number size. You still got to get the freaking fractional sizes, and the ones that have like every size between a 16th or I think the smallest they get down to is maybe a 32nd inch, but everything down from a 32nd up to say, you know, 1/2 inch or something like that. Those ones, there's another $200 or $100 for a nice set. So now you're $300 deep on 2 sets of things that'll get you pretty much every tap size you need and drill every other hole size you need, but you're only going to use 5 of them. So out of the 100 bits that you got, you're only going to use 5 of them. Brutal. So I tend to just buy like these cheap ass kits that have like, you know, standard, you know, fractions. But I really kind of want to know what the size this needs to actually be. In theory, it's 463. So 15/32 is technically large enough. That's 46875. So I passed by 468. There it is. That would fit quite nicely. So I'm going to put 15/32. I think I have that bit size, but we're doing things in reverse. So historically for me, I put pilot light, power switch. In this case, we're going to go the other way around. We're going to go power switch, pilot light. So we're going to come out of here and we're going to go 15/32. 15/32 of an inch. And then this one here, I already know it's 11/16, but let's just do the math on it anyway. 0 and 680. All right. 680 would be 6875. That's the nearest next size up, 11/16. So some of these things I remember just because they're a pain in the butt. I've had to fudge. They don't make 11/16 inch bits as far as I know. So even in these unibits here, like I don't think you can get 11/16. You can get, ooh, this one has 11/16 on it. So that's why I bought this unibit here, is because it has 11/16 in it. And you can kind of see a lot of the times where it lands. And then the last one that it has is some other oddball size. Is it 15/16? 13/16. So this one has some of the oddball sizes. but it doesn't have 530 or 1530 seconds. I got a bunch of these different ones hanging around. Another thing that I got that is really going to be helpful if you're getting into this stuff is your selection of countersinking bits, or whatever you want to call these things. This one here is just around 3/4 of an inch. I think it's just bigger than 3/4 of an inch. Almost an inch. It's 0.9. So it's over 3/4 of an inch. The more standard sizes that you can get these things in is 3/4 of an inch. This one's 3/4 of an inch. So you can see here. Big difference. This is so helpful. Why? Why is that so helpful? Because you get a hole like this, it's 11/16. You need a bigger bit to countersink these holes and deburr them. And deburring is a huge deal. So this one here is OKX Plus Tools or something like that. This one does pretty good. I like this one. This one here is one of those cheapo ones that you get from Harbor Freight. Works fine, but getting good countersinking bits is very helpful. And I have different styles for different things. They make this style here too, which I don't know. This one, it's hit or miss, especially with the type of 0.001. Fuck you guys. I wish I could get that accurate. So my CNC machine is accurate to 1/100th of an inch. Which 1/100th of an inch is freaking... I mean, that's enough. It's close enough for what we're doing over here anyway. I mean, I don't even think you can see 1/100th of an inch with the eye, the naked eye. But I don't know. It bothers me when things are off. I try to be very precise. Again, like I said, my goal with my builds is to be within a 64th of an inch. So I try to be within a 64th of an inch of accuracy on any given dimension. And it's just because that's like the smallest amount that I think most people can't really see, or unless they're like sitting there going, you know, busting out the micrometer and stuff. And if they say something about it, it's like, dude, it was handmade. The bit just walked a little bit. What else do you want me to do? I'm using a hand drill. Now for the CNC stuff, let me tell you, it is such a dream to have a CNC machine, because then you can do stuff like this here. So this is a piece that I didn't end up using. I was experimenting with this one. So you can see I slotted the sides. So that's, you know, my butt joint or whatever that I went with. And then this is where a wall would have come up. So I would have had a piece of wood that went here. And then this probably looks somewhat familiar. The whole spacing is being the same. This is not meant for this amp. It's meant for my 6.5 inch wide. But you can see here, obviously, that I'd have a 1-inch panel on each side. I did not end up using that particular thing, so this turned into a wasteboard for me. But that happens on occasions. Happens on occasion, I should say. So we're done drilling this thing out for the day. I'm going to hold off on this. The reason I'm holding off on this is because pretty much I want to wait. I want to give the paint some more time to dry. So I really don't want to touch that piece any more than I have to. Now, the reason I had two pieces made up, this piece here from Send Cut Send, is I wanted to see if I could get them to make that kind of product for me without problems. And even though I asked them to make this bottom piece 5.5 inches, I believe it was supposed to be. 5.25 is exactly what it ended up being on the inside. And maybe it was 5.5 or 5.25. Yeah, maybe it was supposed to be 5.25. One of these dimensions didn't end up right. It's supposed to be 6 inches, and it's very, very close to 6 inches. I see it's 6 1/8 on this dimension here. That's fine. Really, this piece is so low critical, or not so critical that it matters. But I wanted to see how bad it was going to be when they put this thing together for me to weld these corners. And they actually do laser cut this thing. You can see where they ended the laser points there. So this thing was laser cut. They only biffed it right here. If you look there, you can kind of see it tweaks out a little bit. This part here was bent down too much. So this thing is like hitting right there, and it won't bend in all the way. So if you look down that thing, You can kind of maybe just see it. There's like a little kick right here. So this part isn't square. To me, that wouldn't pass spec, right? Like that's me. Whereas if you take the one that I made, I drilled the holes off, but everything else was like spot the heck on, with the exception of that. So I did that to even it out. So that's the problem with welding. So my boogers inside of there, I don't have a really nice welder. It's a flux core welder. So, you know, those are my boogers in there. But when I started in the middle or whatever to tack it in place, you can see it pulled the metal up on the ends, but not in the middle there. So I ended up it ended up cupping. And with that, I had to fill it with filler. Not the end of the world, to be honest. As I mentioned, I do need to put, what is that stuff? Here it is. This stuff here, this insulation in there anyway. So you can't put steel to aluminum in that large of an area. Like a screw, I don't think is that big of a deal. But when you're starting to put like a 5-inch by 6-inch area in contact directly with aluminum and it's steel, that might prove to be problematic. So I am going to insulate it so that way I don't have any problems in that regard with corrosion later on. Electrolysis or whatever they call it. So there you have that now. But I do still need to ground that to the chassis, so there still will be some amount of metal on metal contact in the form of a screw point or something, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. More flutes to keep centered. Yes. To hold the material more rigid. Yeah, I can agree. Years ago, I used to be a sheet metal worker. I got to do some pretty cool stuff. I worked for a company down in Ventura, California at one point, and I actually got to make some stuff for Amgen, so the pharmaceutical company. I got to make or help. I shouldn't say I made it. I was part of the team that got to put it together, but we had to engineer and build an artificial environment. When I say artificial environment, I mean a sealed enclosure that they could suck all the air out of. So it had to be, you know, capable of handling X amount of negative pressure to evacuate the atmosphere and then refill it with a new atmosphere of some other inert gas or whatever the hell they were using. And it had gloves and it had other parts that was needed to be able to get put into it that they could work with. So that was kind of cool. Another project I got to work on at one point was this company was doing, they commissioned us to build these they look kind of like little Weber cookers almost, but they had like a 1-inch thick like plastic acrylic front lid, and it was a hollow shell. So this whole thing was, you know, a shell. So 2 layers of sheet metal, and in the middle they had this special proprietary like polymer, you know, whatever kind of stuff to fill in that space. We had to vibrate it, and it had to meet some specifications or whatever, and it was filled with this really nasty freaking, you know, polymer plastic shit or whatever, epoxy or something. But what they were using these things for was they would close the lid on it, and inside they had like a little pedestal that they could set an object on, and they would bombard that object with, you know, very large levels of audio sound and see what happened to it. And my understanding was that they would literally subject like this item that they put in the middle of this thing to 150 dBs of volume of whatever sound, you know, 1 kilohertz or whatever it was, and see what happened to that little thing in the middle of it. That was my early days. We're talking like 30, 40 years ago now. So when I was younger, I got to do a lot of welding. But I think this flux core wire that I have is either old or just no good, because it did not play very nice. So someday soon I'm going to acquire a TIG welder and get back to what I'm actually decent with TIG welding. So when I first started learning how to weld, I learned how to do brazing. So I gas weld, it's oxyacetylene. So that's how I learned how to weld, and I did pretty good with it. You know, did that in high school when they still had sheet metal class and metal and woodworking and all that. That's what I got started in, and I'm pretty good at it. Not too bad. As I got into doing the sheet metal stuff, I preferred doing the welding stuff, but the company that I worked for was a little less than fun to be around. Construction workers are kind of just gruff, unhappy people, it seems. And welders are kind of another level of weird in that regard. And I just, everybody thought I smoked pot and was just a weirdo. Because I was just a cool kid. I wanted to, I drove around on a 61 Corvair that had the freaking surfboard on the top, and just got out of high school and was good enough to be able to get in and do welding and all that jazz. But I just couldn't stand the people. I hated the people. I don't think they liked me either. So I got out of doing that to becoming a truck driver. Of all things, I really like doing the truck driving. It's kind of cool to be able to like just do what you need to do with nobody like over your shoulder. As long as you got the job done, that was the important part, right? So I did more aggregate work. I didn't do like long haul stuff, but whatever. All right. We've made it through at least drilling some pilot holes. You can kind of see here what we got going on. I don't know why, but that looks a little bit off. But maybe it's not. Maybe it's just angle of the dangle. I guess it's just the angle of the dangle. So yeah, we got holes in here now. Tomorrow, the plan is this. We're going to do another live. It's going to be a long one. We've been on here now for 3 hours and 40 minutes. I don't know what time tomorrow yet. I'm going to shoot for like 11 a.m. to noon my time. And objectively, we're going to bust out the strange brew parts that I got. Where did I put that little furker? I know I sat it down somewhere. There you are. So I bought these guys here, and these work really well. I did a little test piece here, and you can see it does a good job, right? It makes holes. So I tested both sides. This is the 3/4 inch size that'll be used for these guys here. And then the other larger one is somewhere. I can't remember where it's at. It's around somewhere. Whatever, doesn't matter. But these ones here are obviously going to get used on the power. What's scary about it is that when this thing first comes down and bites, it peels off all the tape. Like it doesn't cut the tape, it just rips the tape off. Why that's scary is that it also means that anything that rubs, so this thing here causes a lot of like shrapnel, all like the little pieces of aluminum that you saw, and those roll around in a circle with it and scratch whatever's around it. So when the tape comes off, the only thing that's left would be the plastic, and if it rubs through the plastic, it will scratch around that hole. So I got to be careful about that tomorrow. So that's what's scary about these. I'm finding that it may be best to use something like this and like tack that to it and then have this go down through it, right? So this acts as like a buffer, if you will, to keep this thing from wallowing and moving off center, and to hopefully allow extraction of the chips to go up and over this thing and scratch this as opposed to scratching my surface. I don't know how I want to work around that yet. I might do a test on these guys first because it looks like it's going to be a 3/4 inch hole. I think that's what it's going to end up being, as a 3/4 inch hole. Let me double check here what I ended up with. Ooh, it's bigger than a 3/4 inch hole. Perfect. So whatever size I end up using for that, I don't know. It should end up being about a 3/4 inch hole, if I'm not mistaken. That's the rubber O-ring I was talking about. I don't recall what the size is for the the ID on the internal portion of that. I got to figure that part out. But 3/4 of an inch is like exactly the size of this thing. I won't be able to test that on there. All right. Well, we're ready to answer that question then. Darn it. Somehow or another, I'm going to try to figure out a way to test it. So what I'll probably end up doing is taking this guy and putting some more tape on it and finding some other way to make sure that when I punch through this, we don't scratch the surface of the top of this. So little things like that I take into account. Offset, take care, my man. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. So I will get that done tomorrow. When it comes to the front side, we either use the unibits or the full size bits like these. So that doesn't, these holes don't bother me too much. And then the next thing that we get to do after that is deburring. So for that, I've got one of these guys here. And I use one of these. You can see I put some tape on it to keep from scratching things. These things work great. If you're going to be doing some deburring, you want to get one of these, because that allows you to get in there with, you know, these little guys here and get in at an angle. So you can actually get down in there and just, right? Makes sense? Things like these holes here that I drilled there. Boy, I hope I put those on the right side. Yeah, I did. Those ones get a little scary. Oh, I punched them. I didn't drill it yet. But they're so close to the edge that you can't really use this style of bit. So that's why I use those other ones that I was talking about. These little styles here. But even this style is probably not going to work. Let me see. It'll just work. Like this will just fit between the center of the hole and the thing that I got. Which then means you're going to need something like this to extend out, because you need the space to get down in there or get at a slight angle or something like that. But you can imagine that if you put this thing down there, it's got to get into there, right? Little things like that. So you got to have some of these like little tools. These help a lot. This one especially. So we'll do that tomorrow. What else do we got? And you get back in there, you silly little brat. Aw, dirty. All right. Anyway, the chip will come off. Well, so I'm doing it with a drill press. So the feeds and speeds, if you will, are somewhat fixed. I have it set for the slowest speed that it'll go, which for mine, I think it's like 800 RPM. If I did the math correctly, I think this one is supposed to be right around 800. This size, this 3/4 inch, but the larger one that is, you know, the I think this is 1 1/16 or something. I'm pretty sure it's 1 1/16, something like that. Whatever that is, that one wanted to be at like 600 and something. I think it was like 650 RPM is what it was calculated for. But I can't get that slow. I could try it with the hand drill. But I don't know that this is going to work. I know I have the slower speed, but even the slow speed's pretty quick. I do not trust myself to get that, hold the speed, make it square, and not have it come in at an angle and like bite and then walk. You know what I mean? Like those little things, like you were saying, hold things down a little more rigidly. So I think I'm kind of obligated at this point to just either make a, like I said, like a template or something that goes over the hole and hopefully allows the chips to extract up as opposed to out and into my part. So many different variables, I suppose. But I appreciate the insight because, yeah, I did think about that. Now, here's the other sick, sad thing about it. I own a CNC machine. It's sitting right in front of me. I could be a dickwad and do the mapping out, all that fun stuff, put this in the CNC machine and just CNC it out. But I've done that once before. It works fine for these larger holes. My machine is not rigid enough to really do sheet metal. It's like a table router, if you will. It has a real spindle, but it's just not rigid enough it's just rigid enough to do like the 1.5 mil or the 1 mil stuff, like the cheap. I don't even have one available. You can't really see it, but the cheaper, thinner, laser cuttable, you know, stuff that you can get from like Hammond, like those things are like 1.2 millimeters or something like that. This is full on 2 mil stuff here. It will do those, but it's kind of scary. Like you get it to bite down and you can actually watch it kind of just tweak the head back. Aluminum isn't slow. What do you mean? Like, so it should be faster? Maybe increase speed. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. 800 surface footage as opposed to 75 for titanium. Slim, faster. Yeah, okay. Well, this definitely isn't titanium. I guess I'd have to do it again. Maybe it does need to be faster. Okay, spin. Okay. Well, 1 1/16. I can't remember. I thought it said for aluminum it wanted 650. Obviously for the smaller hole, 800 was probably ideal. But mine spins right around 800 at its slowest speed. I can't remember what it is on its fastest. I don't even know if it has yeah, this one doesn't even, it's a Bauer. It's a cheap Harbor Freight unit. So yeah, okay. 75 for titanium. Holy shit. That's like creeping. I guess that's another thing too I need to work out on my CNC machine. So I was using a 16th inch bit because I was trying to do like everything. So, you know, I had it punch a hole and then work itself around, punch a hole, work itself around. And then, you know, punch all the other holes out to the size that they need to be. Because these things here only need to be, you know, what, a little over 16th or something. These are all, these holes here are going to be 6/32 or 6/32, excuse me, thread, pitch. So all the holes that hold everything in place, with the exception of these, which these are 1/4 inch. Faster RPM? Okay, yeah. I'll look into that. I'll do some more tests. I got some more chunk aluminum that I'll test that on. So the reason I use this is because this is about the thickness of this here. It's a little bit thicker, but it's about. How much off is it? Yeah, it's just, this is almost the same. This is thinner, just by a little bit. But in either case, it is 9:30 over here. There's only 8 of you. I'm shocked this thing has 274 views. I am gonna get a nappy nap. It's time for bed. It's more or less what I'm saying. And tomorrow we will actually drill some holes in this thing and try to get this chassis at least done up enough where we can start thinking about putting parts in. I may put the output transformer in. I will definitely put the hardware parts in because we do need to figure out where these are going to fit in there. What I do know is that this hole here, I'm going to drill it out and it's going to probably hang out like that. Something like that, right? We can fit an amp in there. Oh yeah, we can fit an amp in there. Oh, well, so mine's a 30. Are you talking about my CNC? My CNC is a 36 by 36. So I have a 24 by 24 actual like working area. So it's sizable. Like I say, it has a real spindle. 0.7. Okay. Divided by the diameter, 0.7. Okay. Interesting. 5:30 in the morning? Oh my God. Damn. Well, thank you for coming in and hanging in there with us. So as you can kind of see, obviously we need to have, or the rest of this is all going to get worked out. Now, what's going to happen? What I'm going to do is this hole will be used to mount, right? So whatever holes over here, those are going to land somewhere in this spot. We don't know where exactly yet, but now that we have those holes there, we'll kind of be able to, you know, extrapolate exactly where they need to go. So something probably like that. What I'm going to do is add a turret to this last hole here. And then somewhere, I think it's like right in here. So we'll remove that turret and that's where we'll put a mounting hole. So we'll have a mounting hole here and a mounting hole there, and we need to cross that up over to this guy, and then of course that'll sit there like yay. And then this guy, we need to figure out where all those holes are going to go. So we'll work out the math on this. When I factored it out, I think it was going to kind of land something like that, right in there somewhere. Because the way I wanted to do this, hold on. I got enough energy, we can kind of do this right now. But I don't remember what direction those are going to go, but I wanted these things here to kind of line up in line with those, right? So it's kind of going to be like that, or like, we can't go there. So it's going to be like that, I guess. Let me look at my thing, because it was pretty accurate for the most part. And it is actually like this. In my drawing, it looks like that. So we will line that up like that. So if this guy's right here, you got that little center spot. This little guy right there is going to land right in the middle. So those will hang out pretty far underneath the, why is that backwards though? Oh, that's why. Dumbass. Okay. See, that's me looking at it backwards. These will end up more like this from that end. So my apologies. So from this other end here, excuse me, it will end up being like that. My apologies. So something like that, right? So this third turret is going to line up with the center of the thing there. And these, I'm going to add a turret to the end here because I can't mount anything past that point. That's where the shield is going, right? So this is going to hang out, and then it's one of these guys. I can't remember exactly which one. It looks like it would end up being either that one or that one. One of those two turrets. We'll remove each of those and yada, 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 etc., etc. And then this guy will land right here, but we need it to land, I think, like that. So we want that turret to line up with that guy. Let me see how that would work out with. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think it's the 9th turret it looks like it should line up with. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to the first one. So technically it would go like that, but we can't have it hanging over the top of the thing. So there's some math I need to work out. Obviously, however it lands, it needs to land straight. So this can go in a little bit. It doesn't matter if it goes that way that much. Or does it? Not really. It doesn't really matter. I have like one extra hole that I can play with. So either way, wherever this thing lands, this one's going to have to land with it. So I'm going to have to work that stuff out. So that's good. 4,244 or 0.75 inch hole if you can feed fast enough. And so feed. So, okay, that's good to know. So I can speed that up quite a bit then. This guy. And as far as feed goes, it's just hand. So I don't think I can manage that too much. I'll have to experiment a little bit more. So yeah, we did get to learn a little bit of stuff here. The rest of this series is going to be kind of more brutalist, I guess, if you will, because you're literally going to watch me drill more holes, and you're going to watch me cuss and cur while I try to work out all the math and stuff on this. The other thing that's going to be kind of painful is that when it comes to punching this out, I do have a turret press that I built. So we'll punch that out. You'll get to watch me bend all the leads. You'll get to watch me fit all the parts and all that fun stuff. And then we'll solder it all in. Theoretically speaking, once I am able to mount the hard parts in this thing, so all the turrets and all of the hard parts, it should only take me about a week to do the rest of the work. The chassis is kind of the biggest pain in the ass because, as you see, you got to do all the math. You got to work all that crap out ahead of time and then put it together. Once it's put together, though, it comes down to these guys, and these guys go pretty quick. This turret board isn't too crazy. Something like that, I can bang out in an hour or two, something like that. Most of the work is going to literally come in bending the leads for all the parts. But the resistors go a little bit quicker. They tend to go pretty quick. The caps I spend a little more time with, but you'll see kind of when we do this, the way I try to do it is everything is set up so you can see all the parts, like all the values. So I'll spend a lot of time making sure that these are on the same orientation and stuff like that. But I think with that, we're going to call it a night, gentlemen, and perhaps ladies. Okay, lay into it. All right, that's good to know. I'll give it another test on that piece of scrap that I got and just go to town with it and see what we get. But you guys, this beer is about done. I'll hang out with you until it is. I got like one more sip left. So tomorrow's goal, that simple. Drill all these holes out. Get that done. And if I'm feeling up to it, I'll get all the holes for these ready, and we'll actually start punching turrets. And after turrets, maybe tomorrow we can actually start bending components. More or less, once I start bending components, we're talking days before this thing is playable. Which is kind of the reason I'm holding off a little bit. So some of the other things I didn't tell you about is I'm still waiting for that power entry module. I don't know when that's going to get here. It's probably going to get here on Monday of next week. So we won't be able to install that anyway. I do not know when the effects loop is going to get here. So luckily that one isn't, it's kind of non-incidental really. It'll show up when it shows up. I can wire it in whenever we need to wire it in. That's not a big deal. I have all the knobs. I have some faceplate options. We need to come up with a faceplate color. You can't see it. Never mind. I have this gold. Son of a bitch. Do I have it readily available? Sort of. Okay. I've got two colors, more or less, in hand, like in stock, is what I'm getting at. So this stuff, I like this color, to be honest, and the light doesn't help anything, but this is gold. Like, it's straight up just gold, and the light really doesn't help much. Does that make sense? Like, you can kind of see, fuck, everything's gonna fuck everything up. It's gold, but it's brushed. This stuff, for me, is a pain in the butt. My laser doesn't work with this color very well. I don't know what it is. It's just whatever the nanometer of my laser is. This stuff is a bitch for me, but I can burn it. This works great with my laser, and I really kind of like that color anyway. But those are the two colors I got. But we need to figure out if we want to go with black or white or some other color. Or some other color combo, like black and gold, like we can do that, or whatever. So we need to work those things out. Little things. But in either case, ladies, gentlemen, I want to thank you so much for hanging out with me. I hope you had a wonderful evening, and we'll see you on the next one. Take care. Goodbye.